Good morning and welcome to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Before we begin, I'm going to ask Dr. Baskin to lead us in prayer.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to serve. We thank you for allowing us to each arrive here in a safe manner. We ask that everything we do today be done in decency and in order. These we ask in your son Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. Today, we are a 3-member panel of the board with 1 serving as an alternate who will not participate in either the deliberations or the decisions concerning these cases. At this time, I would like to start to my left and ask that the board members introduce themselves.
Dr. LaWanda Baskin.
Janelle Moody,
Jeremy Cummins.
Sandra Culpepper.
Janie Clinton.
And at this time, I would like to turn it over to Ms. Pam Ratliff, the Assistant Attorney General for us today.
Good morning, everyone. Today's date is October the 9th, 2025. The time is 8:39 a.m. We are present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road, Richland, Mississippi. The first matter on the docket will be in the matter of Brittany Dilworth, license number P329752, case number 2025-0064, petition for restoration. My name again is Pamela Ratliff. I am a Special Assistant Attorney General, and I'll serve as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the course of the proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence presented by the parties, to seek the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable rules and laws. This is an administrative proceeding. This is not a court of law. So the formal rules of evidence and civil procedure do not apply. I may, however, use both to guide the ruling on any matter. At this time, I know you just heard the board panel introduce themselves, but I'll ask the board panel hearing this matter to introduce themselves and to identify who will be the alternate. And as the alternate, they will not participate in either the deliberations or the decisions by the board hearing panel.
Janelle Moody,
Jeremy Cummins.
Sandra Culpepper.
Janie Clinton, and who's on?
Oh, wait,
No,
Janelle is.
Janelle's off now.
Janelle will be the alternate. Jane Clinton will be on the board panel. And Dr. Baskin is sitting in at the end, and Dr. Baskin is observing only. She will have no role in the deliberations or the decisions made by the hearing panel. At this time, I'll ask for the attorney representing the Board of Nursing to identify themselves for the record. And is the licensee present?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name.
Brittany Dilworth.
Ms. Dilworth, you represented by counsel,
Yes, ma'am.
and your attorney's name?
Zinn, Zinn.
Do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we have B1 through the B18. We would like to admit in evidence as exhibits.
Mr. Sin, have you reviewed those?
No, ma'am, you're not. I haven't also entered an appearance, so I know counsel didn't have the contact to provide the information for me, but I have not seen them. So if there is a copy available, we would like to see them.
She should have been given a copy.
The licensee would have been provided a copy if she had no counsel listed.
Thank you. Noted.
Please look over those and see if you have any objections to those being introduced into the record.
No objections after reviewing the file.
Does the licensee have any exhibits that we should offer at the hearing?
No, you,
No objections to B1 through B18. Those will be marked and admitted accordingly. Ms. Dilworth, do you have any witnesses that will testify on your behalf?
not this time, no.
Will Ms. Dilworth be testifying?
As appropriate, yes.
Does the board have any witnesses?
Yeah, we'll call Miss Rebecca Martin.
Okay, I've asked the court reporter to place all witnesses under oath at this time.
Can you please raise your right hand? Oh, sorry. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I hope you got it. Yes.
The order of the proceedings, since this is going to be a petition for restoration, the burden is on the licensee or the petitioner to prove their case. And so you will go first. Both sides may offer opening statements. Opening statements are not evidence. They are merely persuasive. They are, you do not have to make one if you want one, but you can. Just to give a little brief summary of what you plan to introduce or plan to show. Both sides will be allowed to have opening statements, and then you will proceed with your case. You may call your witnesses to testify. The board will then cross-examine those witnesses. The board hearing panel may cross-examine or question any witnesses that testify. Once you put on your case in chief, you will rest, and then the board will put on any testimony they have. You will have the right to cross-examine any witnesses presented by the board, and again, the hearing panel may ask questions. Once both sides have concluded, then we can have closing statements, again, persuasive, voluntary, a brief summary of what was shown. The board will then deliberate and then will render their decision today verbally, and you will get a written order within 45 days of today's hearing. All right, any questions? If there's no further preliminary matters, then we'll proceed with the opening statements, and you may make your opening statement first.
And I may lead on the breath, okay?
You may make the statement since you're representing her.
Good morning, panel, opposing counsel and all present. Simply stated, Brittany Kayate Dilworth is here, obviously on a petition for restoration. Back in 22, at the time of the initial order, Ms. Dilworth was attempting to comply with the order handed down and all other requisites. I believe the only issue that came down was the question of her compliance in the educational course. The record would show that obviously there was communication and effort to establish communication. I think there was a good faith effort there. But for whatever reason, communication had failed. And despite all other good faith efforts, this essentially was her only shortcoming. The board did offer an alternative consistent with statute as to an alternative way for her to practice or reestablish herself in the process. At the time, Ms. Dilworth was the 3 high school children and a extremely active member in her community, which she has maintained regardless of this professional mistake. Instead of the requisites that would have come with the restricted ability to practice, Ms. Dilworth still offered herself to be an active person in the community, still maintained her role in her church and her family, has since now put 2 children in college, has received Parent of the Year from a local school district, has been extremely active in her community, and currently serves as an executive director with the local Boys and Girls Club in Ripley, Mississippi. Essentially, Ms. Dilworth is a leader in her community. This was just one other aspect of her leadership, of which she made a mistake. And we believe that after she has the opportunity to fully discuss what she has done in that time, we hope that the board or panel will be persuaded that she is in a position to take ownership of her acts, has done so, has taken the time to sit out the suspension time and is asking for the board's consideration in her, the restoration of her license. And will be, of course, available to answer whatever questions you all may have.
Perfect, thank you. Mr. Walker?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dilworth is here because she has failed to comply with not one, but two board orders. The first order, first time she was before this board was in October of 2021, and that was because she submitted a drug screen that was positive for cocaine. According to her statement, she submitted a fraudulent specimen that belonged to a relative, and it wasn't her specimen. That order from that hearing was issued approximately December 12th, 2021, and it required her to complete evaluations, pay a fine, and take classes within a certain time period. I believe you heard that from opposing counsel. You will see that today, as of March 21st, 2022, she failed to do anything. The following month in April, she was granted an extension to complete the terms of her order by May 1st, 2022. You'll see today that by June 13th of 2022, she had not completed the requirements and her license was put in a suspended status. Ironically, the only requirement she did not complete was a free substance abuse course. I believe that was also stated. This was the only course that prevented her from beginning a drug screen as required in her order. Then in July of 2023, she was before this board again for non-compliance with her order. Instead of revoking her license, the panel gave her a second chance. The panel ordered that she was remain suspended and that she be required to complete preconditions within 60 days. That would be in order for that suspension to lift. That order was issued on November 8th, 2023. And due to some typos in the order, it was amended, and an amended order was issued a few days later on November the 13th of 2023. Today, you'll see in the evidence that despite efforts by the board on January 22nd, 2024, Ms. Dilworth was again non-compliant and her license remained in a suspended status. Again, she failed to make it far enough to do the drug screens, despite that being now in two orders that would have required her to do so. She has proven not once, but twice that she cannot comply with a board order. And she is here today asking for the panel to remove the suspension on her license so that it can be reinstated. Because it did expire while it was in a suspended status. She has the burden because this is her petition to prove why that should be lifted. They were saying that there is no reason to think that she can comply with the third order because of her her repeated non-compliance, excuse me. So today we'll be asking the panel to deny that petition and require drug screening before returning to the board.
Mr. Sandy, proceed with.
Essentially, Ms. Dilworth, at this point, we don't intend on offering any. I think the thing that's unique here is that sounds unique with opposing counsel states.
At this time, you'll need to put on your testimony.
Understand.
Okay.
Ms. Dilworth will be the only witness that we intend to offer.
Okay.
Well,
No, you can stay seated, that's fine. As long as they speak directly into the microphone so they can pick that up.
Do I just start talking? Okay.
To go back to that initial missing the free class, I paid for everything else. So it wouldn't have made sense to miss a free class. I did try to email. I didn't know where the free class was located at. Come to find out, it was on, I guess, the Mississippi Board of Nursing website. But that's how, and even in emails, I was trying to see where it was, but I missed the deadline. On the next one, as far as the final order and doing drug screening. I know in the order, it was talking about you had to go to an app and check in, which I was checking in and doing thus. But when it comes to going back to that time frame, at that time, my oldest daughter, which she is in college, during that time, I'm trying to be mom. I'm trying to do what I need to do as far as occupation. It wasn't me initially or intentionally missing drug screens. It was me being a mom first and going to basketball games, going to state games, because at the end of the day, I'm the only one that they have. And so even during that time, I had to pick up another type of occupation because my license was in suspension. And so I wasn't going against any of that. So I did choose to do that year of suspension and do something else versus that, which I worked at Toyota, which does a thorough drug screen to be hired. And then something else came about, which this is me being the unit director for the Boys and Girls Club. And so initially, like I said, the first thing was me missing that free class. I paid for everything else. Why would I miss a free class? That wasn't anything dealing with why I missed it. It was just a miscommunication on me not knowing where that class was. And again, back to that final order, it wasn't me trying to not do what I was supposed to do. It's just the timing, and just was a lot going during that time frame. October the 4th, 2022, my kid's dad committed suicide. And so everything else was in the back burner. So yeah, I did choose to do that year of suspension just because my focus was on my kids and not, like I just couldn't have the time to do all those drug screenings and things like it, or go into those AA meetings. It wasn't me trying to not go to them, but that's just kind of the history of why I didn't or couldn't.
Mr. Tan, are you representing her as her attorney of record?
Yes.
So what I will need you to do is on the record, question her.
Okay,
Oh.
because of the administrative nature of it, and I
Yes,
haven't
sir.
done formal business.
It's more, the rules are relaxed, but we still have, you'll need to ask questions for the record, and she will need to answer to those questions out loud. Once you have rested your case and put in, it's, again, the burden is on Ms. Dilworth to prove why her license should be reinstated. She has the burden. So you'll need to make sure that you put enough evidence and testimony to support that, if that's what the findings should be. Once you've completed, then the board attorney will question her.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Dilworth, at one point in the state of Mississippi, where you provided a license,
Yes,
that means did you satisfy all the requisites and requirements to obtain a license from the Board of Nursing for the state of Mississippi?
yes,
Have you taken ownership of the reasons that were explained to you, reiterated today, as to why your license was suspended?
yes,
Have you been subject to any other drug screenings or tests in the time or duration of your suspension?
yes, multiple.
Have you ever used cocaine in your life?
No, I don't even smoke cigarettes or do tobacco.
I hate to be futile, but if you were subject to a drug test right now, would you comfortably be able to take that and pass?
I would, urine and hair follicle, or whatever needed to be proven, I would.
Have you had any legal issues or been arrested for anything during the time of the suspension? Or since you've even had a license?
No, not even a speeding ticket.
Can you discuss for the panel, role that you play in your local community, back in Pontotoc?
So since it's been 6 years, I host every year a back to school bash in which I get fellow community businesses or whatnot, nonprofits to donate. And I give free backpacks and school supplies to kids in need. We also have fun things going on. I've had people come and do some parenting classes as well for that. Been doing that for the past 6 years. I also help with our county Juneteenth every year. But as stated, also not only in the Pontotoc community, I work in Ripley, Mississippi, which is Tippah County. And so I've been in the community doing trash pickup. I go to the school every day to support my club members because they look at me as another mom. And so I'm very active in my church as well. Yeah, I do a lot, wear a lot of hats.
And have you received any accomplishments or awards or been acknowledged in any of those communities for your participation in those roles?
As stated, I did get Parent of the Year in 2024 for Pontotoc High School, which is through Pontotoc City School District. I also have just recently become a fellow Rotarian in the Tippah County Rotarian chapter. Also, even being a unit director for less than a year, I've won an award for best professional of the year, just won that award as well. And that was with me just only being there for 3 months. And so that's some of the awards and accolades that I have.
You've spoken about the things that you've done since the suspension. Can you talk about the value or the need for you to have your license restored and how you may plan to use that license in your community?
Well, it has been a struggle since having my license suspended. It's been a long 2-3 years, just because I was being a nurse since 2014. And then that was my livelihood. I worked hard to get that. And then I was also en route or on track to going to school back to get my RN license. I got accepted into ICC, which that's where I graduated from practical nursing school. And so it's been hard because, like I said, that was my moneymaker, even though they say, I loved what I did too. I was a school nurse before all this happened. And just having the best of both worlds, being around kids and also being able to help them in the nursing aspect, it's been very hard. And also with my scheduling and everything, nursing helped with that because you have a lot more flexibility in how you work, whether that's PRN, part-time, or just, if you work for staffing. It just helped with the flexibility of raising kids as well. So meaning, if I get this back, it would just help out a whole lot for me because, like I said, I worked hard to get my license and I would never, I don't know, I would have never thought in a million years that this would have happened, but it did. And it has taught me a lot, but I worked hard for that license and I know that's what I was supposed to be doing because of the care that I have for people. And so I would do anything to get it back.
Thank you. State Council had discussed that you had failed to comply with a few particulars as an alternative to your suspension. Do you recall discussing any of those requirements or things with council or with anyone in your family? Do you recall doing that?
None with council.
So did you share with anyone the requirements that were gonna be expected of you if you were gonna be able to have a restricted license?
No,
Did you attempt to participate or utilize the opportunity that the state had given you, the board had given you as a pathway with a restricted license?
I did. I tried initially, but then just looking into it and, then finding out that I was not compliant and getting that, well, I could be suspended for a year, just had to go back to the board in order to be reinstated. I just thought that that might be the better option for me. Like I said, with the timing and everything and with the kids and all their sports and everything. That's what I felt like was best for that situation or at that time.
To take the suspension versus trying to utilize the restricted license pathway? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
And so it was your intention that to sit out that suspension time that you would seek to restore your license?
yes,
That's what you're asking this board to consider today.
to reinstate my license since I feel like I have set out that suspension.
Have you received any other information as to anything else you were needing to do in preparation for restoring your license?
No,
Do you have anything else you'd like to share with the board to consider?
just with even my communication in email with Mr. Walker, I have been eager to try to be put on a docket. Like I was texting or emailing, asking, do y'all have anything opening in the summer? Like, I just been eager to try to get on the docket in order to tell my side of the story and just show how eager I am in order to get my license back reinstated.
In your opinion, was the pathway of utilizing the restricted license, was that feasible for you at that time?
No, and the only thing was because in the final order, it was like I would have to go to AA classes. And with me, like I said, having 3 kids that were busy and trying to work, there was no way in my schedule that I could go anywhere 3 times a week and do classes for that. I didn't have a problem with the drug screening or whatnot. It was just, that was kind of the only thing that was really hard for me, was to try to go to those classes 3 times a week and setting those up.
But for your inability to take advantage of that opportunity, the state board initially was going to stay your suspension, right?
Mhm.
And again, the board did provide you a license previously, right?
Yes,
And so, other than that mistake, you say that you're prepared to restore your license and be a productive member of the state board licensee.
yes.
There's no further evidence at this time.
Mr. Walker, would you like to cross-examine?
I would, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dilworth, when was the last time you worked as a nurse?
Before my first, or when I first got my first, so that was back in 2021, maybe.
You know, can you narrow that down to a month?
It would have been earlier part of 2021, maybe February. I'm not sure.
So between January and March, maybe? Okay.
I wasn't practicing when I got a note that I had to come in front of the Board of Nursing. I was not still practicing.
So, I mean, it's been about 4 years. Is that fair to say since you practiced as a nurse?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So a couple of things you said before I get into some of the questions I have. Hey, 'cause I'd like to run through a history of your board, but something you just said, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I just want to make sure I heard what you said. I thought I heard you say, that instead of obtaining a restricted license, you chose to remain suspended because, it wasn't feasible. Is that what you said? The requirements wouldn't have been feasible.
At that time.
Okay, but I also heard you say that when you first started, that you testified that it didn't really make sense for you not to take a free class. So you could have got the restricted license. So which one is it? Because to me, you've now testified to two different things.
I object to the form of that recitation.
It's administrative proceeding all allowed.
Can you rephrase the question?
Yeah, because I was like,
So you testified that it wasn't feasible for you to obtain the restricted license. Is that correct?
right, with that order or with the,
Counsel, if you have an objection, make the objection, otherwise she needs to testify.
The objection again is to the form of the question. He's saying, was she able to obtain a restricted license? That's not a question of whether she could obtain it.
This is an administrative proceeding. The rules of civil procedure and evidence do not strictly apply. We allow a more loose, relaxed questioning. She has testified that she chose to set out the suspension because it wasn't feasible at the time for her to get the restrictions. Please question her on that statement. So please let her answer that.
If I may, for the record, I appreciate the clarification. Question was, could she obtain one? Not what were her she expressed her limitations to the requisites to have a restricted license, and that's not the same thing.
Mr. Zand, we're not gonna go back and forth on this one. She said, I chose to set out.
Yes.
So he needs to question her on that one so she can clarify it. You have a problem with the words obtain, I'm gonna allow it.
Thank you.
so going back to how I was wording it, when we were talking about the free class, that was the first part of the stipulations. I was trying to communicate, I did not know where those free classes were. I paid for it, or I went to that psychiatric appointment, which I had to pay for that. I paid $250 and something else. Why would I miss a free class? I was going to do all of that. Then I get the final order. That's when my limitations became, because I was having to do this 3 times a week. I was having to do this on an app. So that became where it was harder for me versus me missing that free class. So that's to kind of clear up why it was harder for me on the second go round than the first go round. The first go round, that was miscommunication. I did not know where I could find that free class, versus the second time around, I had a lot more restrictions, and that's from having family life and different things where my timing, it wasn't feasible at that time. So that's why I did choose to do the suspended license.
So just so I'm clear, you're saying that when you said, you're not saying that you would have not have taken that free class. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
So when you said that it wasn't feasible, you were saying, are you talking?
I was talking about that second part of on that final order when I came to court or came here and was in front of the board. That was a part of that final order, the second one.
If you go look at page 11 for me. So you originally got an order correct? Because you submitted urine that was not yours. Is that correct?
Cause I'm sorry, say that again.
Submitted urine that wasn't yours, that I believe you said was a relative. Is that correct? That's what
Right.
your first.
Yes, mm-hmm,
And you testified today, I believe you said earlier that you don't even smoke cigarettes. Is that
I don't.
So why would you submit a fake urine?
Because at that time, I was trying to get a job at the Mississippi Veterans Home in Oxford, Mississippi. That day, like I said, I was trying to get a job. I was on my cycle. And just me trying to, instead of me doing the right thing and saying that I needed to reschedule because I'm on my cycle, I just made the wrong decision and that was it. And that was it. Like, that's just what happened. Nothing else, like, clear cut. I just was on my cycle and needed a job. Like I said, I have 3 kids and at that time I was just trying to get through. But the thing is, in which I wish I would have found it, they called me back a week later trying to offer me a job. So I guess I should have let some things play out because they have called me even since then to offer a job. So I don't know where the but again,
So on page, so this is your order that you were issued on page 11, correct? Thank you.
right,
That's fine.
the first one.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, if you look at page 12C, I'm sorry, page 12 on number C, it states that, and I believe your counsel even said this already.
Mm-hmm,
It states you were suspended, but it was gonna be stayed. Is that correct?
right,
And going on down the order, it said you had classes to be done, in 90 days and evaluations and fines, correct?
right,
And then once you completed all those, you would be able to obtain a restricted license.
mm-hmm,
So in this, page 19, it was signed in December of 2021. So this is your first order, contained all these stipulations, right?
mm-hmm.
You still work for the court reporter, say, you say yes instead of uh-huh.
All right, so we have your order, and then on page 20, you sent this letter, and it looks like on March of 2022. That was sent to you, correct?
Yes,
And in here, it pretty much says that you failed to do anything in your order. Is that also correct?
in the initial order,
Yeah, so this is the one that's right after your initial order.
and I think after that, I maybe asked for an extension.
Well, my question now is this is the letter that was saying, that was sent on March, because your order was dated December. And then in March of the following year, it was stated, you were sent this stating you hadn't done anything. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, yes, sir, yes,
So if you'll turn over to the next page, it's page 21, and this is a letter that I believe Ms. Martin sent you on April 4th, the next month of 2022, that gave you an extension. I believe you just referenced that. Is that correct?
yes,
All right, so, and it looks like this, you were granted an extension. I'm not gonna read all these, but it names everything in this letter of why you were granted an extension. Is that correct?
correct,
And I believe your date in this, the extension was till the beginning of the first month, I'm sorry, the 1st of May of that same year, 2022. So it gave you roughly about 30 days, 20 something days.
yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then it looks like you paid your fine for this, again, in your first order. I kind of want to get this timeline because I think that's kind of an important thing. You paid your fine, the evaluations, and you did, as this has already been discussed, everything but that substance abuse course. Is that right?
Yes,
And I believe your testimony is that you said you, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you didn't know where to get it, or you know what, why didn't you complete it? I don't want to testify for you. Why did you not take that class?
because I did not know where to go to get that free class. Like that's,
And to be clear, like you've been in contact with Ms. Martin already about an extension, right?
Yes.
So you could have asked her.
in which I thought I did. But it might have been after the time that, or the cutoff date or something went went by, maybe.
And,
And I don't know if it was via email or phone call, because I will call her as well.
okay, well, you do agree that it's your order, you are responsible for compliance.
I agree.
Okay, so then if you go over to page 39, looks like you were again given an extension to May the 6th. So about this email. I'll let you get there, I'm sorry.
39. 25.
It looks, yeah, I was trying to find the exhibit number.
I don't see it.
Look under B13, may help.
Okay.
$39, yeah.
Oh, yeah, during that time it was Zoom.
You got that? I'm sorry, are there?
Yes.
Okay. So in this, it looks like you were given by this email, another extension till May 6th. I believe so that's about 5 more days. Does that sound correct? According to that email? Okay. So now you've been given 2 extensions. And you still aren't compliant. I believe if you look on page 49. Let me see. You were sent this letter on page 49 in June. I believe the date at the top of it's wrong because it has as of June 13th, 2022 in the body. But stating that you were not compliant. Do you see that, Ms. Dilworth? On page 49, I'm sorry. It's got B14 at the top of it.
Mhm.
Yeah, so so you were given 2 extensions and then in June. Said that you hadn't completed the preconditions. Is that correct? So you still had not been compliant.
From only completing that course.
Right. Right, okay. And on 45, on page, if you look back on page 45, you don't have to, but I think you sent an email that says, look, I just finished my evaluation. And well, I tell you what, let's look on 45 because I believe that's important to see the date on it. Your email states, thank you, I just finished my evaluation, correct? Because you have been in contact with Ms. Martin about your evaluation.
Correct.
And the date on that is April of 2022. Is that correct? Does that look right on your email that you sent?
Yes.
And so that had to be done, it was originally supposed to be done 90 days from December 2021, December 2nd, when your order was signed. But this is dated April 18th, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so, and if you look back on page 39, it looks like Ms. Martin told you on May the 3rd, what you were missing and that you were still due. Is that correct?
Right, the only course you were missing.
Right,
Right.
so we agree that she had told you what you were missing. So you were aware, is that correct?
Yes.
Because then on page 38, you even responded that. So at that time, you should have known or knew or either should have known that what you were missing in order to be compliant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't have to go through all those, but I mean, you agree that it was nobody's fault but your own that you did not take that course. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because you were communicated with that this is what you're missing. Is that right?
Well, I was communicating on what I had completed. So
Right.
yes, I mean, yeah, it's in the email as far as what I was missing.
So if you had a question about how to take the course, you were on notice of that's what you had to take. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let's see. All right, so let's go to your second order. It's on page 57. And all right, so this is the second one. So you had your first one. You went into suspended status. Just trying to keep the timeline straight. And I believe if you look on, let's see. This was signed, it looks like on page 63 on November 13th of 2023. Is that right? And this, again, this is your second order. I just want to clear that up for the record.
What you have?
90.
I'm sorry. So the order is on 50, first page of the order is on 57. And then it was the last page was on 63, which shows that date.
Mhm.
You have it. That's fine. I just wanted to confirm that this was your second order and it was entered, it says on November 13th of 2023. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, and I'm sorry, I know it's a lot of flipping. I'm sorry. But on page 59, it states, oh, I'm not there yet. It states in number 7, it pretty much says that you're suspended and you had 60 days to meet these preconditions, and then that suspension will lift. Is that fair to say right there, Ms. Stewart?
Yes.
And then those, I won't go through all of them, but it was essentially for the preconditions. It was like a conference, your primary physician had to be identified, sign a release, and then obtain a support group. Is that fair to say? I believe in A through F.
Yes.
So, and then if you look, just flip over to page 62 on T, it required you to, this order, the second order required, part of this order is to maintain an active license. Do you see that on page 62 in provision T?
Yes.
And then on page 66, we have where you signed an initial, this is, looks like affidavit, instructions for your compliance with your board order. Do you see that?
Yes.
Shows you initially that you understand all this stuff that you went over in your board order. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so on page 67, do you see on the very next page, you see it says under B, number 5 there, it says, I understand for the duration of my order, I shall maintain a current license. You initial that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then in number 2, you initialed that you understood your license was suspended. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it looks like on page 72 is where this ends, and you, according to this, it was executed on January 12th of 2024. On page 72, is that right?
Yes.
All right, so your order was signed in November, your second order, and we have January 12th, where you've clearly met the compliance conference part of your order for precondition, correct?
Yes.
Signed, okay. If you turn over to page 80. This is an email that you sent, I'm gonna let you get there, I'm sorry. Okay. That you sent on January 11th of 2024 to Ms. Martin stating that you needed to reschedule appointment because we missed a deadline to appeal. Is that correct?
Yes,
Really, that was your deadline. Is that also correct?
yes,
And your email in Ms. Martin's response, it says that you did miss, you admit you missed the deadline and that you had 60 days to complete your preconditions. Is that also correct? This was on January 11th.
yes,
And that order was dated November 12th. So by the date of this, you were at day 59, right? From the date your order was signed.
yes,
And Ms. Martin tells you that you had 60 days and that it would end the following day, basically, because that was your order. Did you see that?
yes.
All right. Okay, so if you will, let's look at page 90.
I'm there.
All right, so this letter was sent to you on this page on January 22nd, 2024, right?
Yes,
And it was after you'd signed the compliance affidavit, is that correct?
yes,
So you agree that this letter says that you were told during that compliance conference, it was on January 12th, that you needed to renew your license, is that correct?
yes,
And so we already saw the affidavit that you signed stating that you understood that you needed to keep an active license, is that also correct?
yes,
And so because you're an LPN, you expire on odd years, so your license would have expired December of that. December 2023, your license would expire, is that correct?
yes,
And so at the time this letter was sent, you're 10 days after you signed acknowledging that. Is that fair?
yes,
So you really waited till the last minute on your compliance conference because you were at day 59. What we looked, based off the evidence that we've looked at.
yes,
So based on that, do you agree that you've now been non-compliant with 2 orders?
yes.
Okay, so do you think it's based on your non-compliance, why should the board think you would comply with another order?
Because at this time, I am in a better place as far as being able to comply with different things. Even at the time when I hadn't kept my license active, I wasn't working. Now I do have steady income, just at a better position in my life.
So let me ask it this way, because life happens.
It does.
So what if life happens down the road and you're not?
I'm better prepared than what I was. My children are older. Attorney Zen said, I have 2 that are in college. They're not as dependent on me because they are learning to be independent for themselves. I do have one that's still in high school. He's a junior, but I'm just better prepared for life circumstances than I was at that time.
You stated earlier that you worked at Nissan, is that correct?
No Toyota,
And you drug tested there, is that?
correct?
Okay, but you've yet to test with the board and all the time that you've had these orders, is that correct?
I submitted a order as evidence back even when I had the first court. I submitted like a drug screen.
But you never tested through Affinity and signed in with the board, is that correct? You checked in, is that correct? But
Right, it never popped up saying that I needed to take a drug screen
So you
when I did check-ins.
So you've never tested with the board?
No.
Okay. You don't have no further questions?
Any follow-up?
Hearing panel, have any questions? Okay.
Ms. Dilworth.
Yes, ma'am.
So I was looking at some stuff because this is your third time to appear before me. So I do have some questions at this point. So do you feel that the board has given you an ample opportunity to comply?
As far as with dates or just with the order,
Orders.
um, yeah, I was kind of weighing on, but to be honest, I'm going to say no on that second order. Because like I said, at that time, I don't think it was feasible. And from that first order, I just missed a free class. I was trying to show that I was trying to comply. Now, or the dates got from me? Yes. But with that second order, no, ma'am. And that's just because of what I was going through during that time frame. And so that's the only reason why I could not comply.
So to kind of go back behind the question I just asked you,
Yes, ma'am.
I saw on MSBN 29 and MSBN 82, there were some things that came up that, number one, you requested, let me see here, you wanted to petition the board in 22 about the order that was given. And then again, you also made a request to appeal to the board. So my question is, what about both sets of those orders were an issue?
So with what numbers you said, 29 and 82, pages 29 and 82? I'm sorry. Okay. 29. Would you repeat that question for me again? I'm sorry.
So it's kind of a two-part question. So on page 29, it showed that you wanted to petition the board on that final order. So was there something about the 22 order that you felt was unfair and you wanted to change?
No, ma'am. I even stated on the email, like, why wasn't that said? Because everything you sent had costs. Like, I was trying to show that why would I not do a free class and everything that costs, like I was paying for, I was doing it. And so I had no problem with that first order. I just missed the time frame and didn't know, it was a miscommunication as far as I just didn't know where it was. And that's why I was trying to appeal it, per se, I guess, because I just missed that one course. On the second order, that just goes, or the final order on the second time, that again, just goes back to, I couldn't comply because of everything that was in it. Now, at the time when I was here, no. Yeah, that second order, like I said, life was, as the kids say, life was life. And so my kid's father committed suicide. When it comes to self, I'm a very selfless person, and especially with my kids. So I had to buckle down and do what I needed to do for them. And so me missing different things, that's why I didn't comply. Like, it just, some of that stuff was not feasible for me to do. I couldn't go to AA classes 3 times a week. That was no option. When you don't have the help that some people do, I don't have that. My mom is sick at this point. I have been her caregiver. That's why I wasn't working. She has a rare type of leukemia. So when I didn't have that money to keep my license active, I wasn't working. I was solely taking care of my mom. And so it's not that I was not trying to comply. Life was just life. And so those experiences, like I said, now it's totally different day. Yeah, things might come about, but I'm in a better situation to where I could take them head on versus me not being able to have another option.
Ms. Dilworth, I understand that life does happen.
Yes, ma'am.
But the question I'm ultimately asking.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel that the board orders that you were given were fair?
First one, yes, second one, no, because even with that second order, I had people that were witnesses giving statements. The person that gave the urine even sent a letter. As a first time offender, like, I felt like that was harsh on me. And so that's not just to say that that was because I was in my feelings about not thinking this order was correct, that I wasn't going to comply. I just felt like that was hard. It was just hard on me, knowing that I don't do any of this stuff. I just made a mistake. And I feel like I got the harshest sentence, even though I don't know what sentences there are to give, but I just felt like that was hard.
So based on that answer right there, do you believe you should have an unrestricted license given back to you?
Yes, ma'am, I do. And the reason I'm saying that is, if you guys needed me to do drug tests or whatnot, I'm willing to do all of that. But I just know I worked too hard to get my license and I made a mistake. And I think that I have the time that I have not been practicing. I have served as far as long enough to not be practicing, because I did want it. That's why I went to school and did it. I just made a mistake on how to handle what was going on at that time.
And the other thing that came up, and you brought this up just a second ago, because it has been over greater than 4 years since you've practiced.
Yes, ma'am.
And typically, under what we do here, if you've been out of practice for 5 years or greater, you're gonna have to take a course.
Yes, ma'am.
With that being said,
Yes, ma'am.
if the board chooses to go this route, will you be able to do that? Because you just referenced your mother being sick.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
this is like a semester course.
Like I said, now, so my mom was diagnosed back in 2023. I was working at that time, but I had to I had to stop working because she had just first got diagnosed. Now, mama is doing so much better with her chemo. She just took a trip to Mexico with her sisters. She has help. I have more help for her. And so, yes, I am at a better place. I can do what is needed to be done in order to get back my license.
One last question for you. I noticed on page 27 that you did do the evaluation.
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the recommendations was of the evaluator that you receive therapy and counseling sessions. Did you ever begin those?
I've never seen that paper before. I didn't know what she evaluated. Her record went straight to you guys. I never got a copy of it. I called and tried to see, and I never could get in contact with the psychiatrist. So I didn't know what she recommended. Now, would I have done that? Yes, because even at that time, like I said, my kid's dad, I sent them to therapy. I just never gotten therapy with anything. So I didn't know that I needed to go that route, but I will.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Dilworth, I want to point you to page 63, MSBN 63. This would be the final order that you received November the 13th, 2023. It's probably the most recent.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to point you to first letter X. I'll read it real quick so on the record. After a minimum of 60 months of compliance with this order, respondent will be eligible for removal of the stipulations from the respondent's license, provided respondent has practiced as a nurse for 60 months under this order, and provided respondent has completed 60 months of compliance while working as a nurse within 72 months from the date respondent is issued a restricted license. So that's the outline of the last order you received. So my question, and I've heard a lot of talk and a lot of back and forth and all this, but I need some clarity. You're here today asking for what? What do you want today?
I want my license, cause it's suspended. I want my license back reinstated. After, of course, I pay for whatever I need to pay for to be active without any restrictions on it.
So you're asking for an unrestricted license,
Yes, sir.
but you received an order in 2023 for a 60-month compliance. Even if you had been compliant, you haven't even made 2 years yet. 24 months of the 60 you haven't even met yet. But yet you're here petitioning the board for an unrestricted, full-fledged license.
Yes, sir.
What have you done that you feel that you deserve such?
Because I practiced longer than what I've been suspended for. So with my history on my practice, I feel like I should, like I will do whatever I need to do as far as refreshing myself. And even without having a license, I still feel like I have been impactful throughout the occupations that I have been doing. So just with this not having restrictions, it'll just, I mean, not saying that I will go back to back happened in the past, but having a unrestricted license just would be a blessing for me.
You haven't practiced in 4 years, correct?
I have not went against any of that.
Did someone at the Mississippi Board of Nursing instruct you that you could stay suspended for a year and all orders would go away? Did anyone instruct you of that?
No, the only thing that I was instructed is that I could appeal, not appeal, or maybe appeal the decision to having a suspended license. I have no conversation with restricted or unrestricted.
But you didn't surrender your license. You've never surrendered your license.
No,
Did you do?
I don't even know what that means.
Packet. That means give your
Oh,
license
sir.
back to the board.
That, having,
Someone's found guilty, they have the opportunity to surrender their license, meaning they give their license back up to the board to come back at a later date.
oh, I did, oh, yeah,
You haven't done that, have you?
no, sir. No, sir, I didn't even,
Have you completed any kind of restoration packet or renewal packet or anything?
no, sir, I did not, I didn't know I had to do that.
Was Ms. Martin your compliance officer that you communicated with?
At the time, yes, sir.
Have you reached out to her since November the 13th of 2023 regarding any of this or any advisement?
No, sir.
Anyone have any other questions? Since the hearing panel has asked questions, I'm gonna ask, does that have anybody have any follow-up questions on that one? Do you have any redirect on?
I think just for clarification, I think just based off his last question, she was the restoration. She was suspended in a suspended status when her license expired, so it wasn't taken, so she didn't meet, she's not restoration. Okay, I just wanted to clear that up.
My question was, has she surrendered her license and is she going through any type of process to complete her restoration?
Mr. Fence, any follow-up on anything?
Yes, just some of the words. But did you know? You were asked by the panelists whether you had complied with, I think he pointed out X, the 60-month compliance. Did you believe that these requisites for a restricted license also were a part or were a part of something you needed to do while suspended, or did you believe that it was a restricted license and or suspension of your license?
I thought it was a restrictive license or suspended license. I didn't know.
Did you believe or did you have the understanding that several of these requirements that have been pointed out in MSBN 59, essentially the final order, did you understand the relationship of participating or complying in these things while you also had a either pending or was actively being suspended at that time?
No,
That explain why you had not communicated with Ms. Martin or complied with these things?
yes,
I mean, they pointed out some of the communications, 2024, which you, I think, responded to already. I think you acknowledged those letters, council had asked you about, this authorization release and some other things. Did you believe that this non-compliance was a inhibitor or would stop you from appealing or petitioning back to the board to get your license?
no,
Did you believe that the suspension was receiving the judgment or order or discipline of the board? And that served as grounds for you to petition for your license?
yes,
You were asked by several of the panelists of things that classes or things, steps you needed to take for restoration. Did you hear or were you asked anything that you believe you could not do or comply with to satisfy their inquiry?
no, no,
You had discussed with the board, the panel, that you have a current employment with the Boys and Girls Club and the management there of the unit. Would you be able to, do you intend to still keep that employment while also trying to, if granted, maintain the restored license?
yes,
So is it your intention to get back into the medical field, or you will be able to maintain that license while also maybe not working in the medical field?
my intentions are to get back into the nursing field, but I can't not work.
Yes, sure. Anything else that you had?
No, that if, I mean, no.
Thank you. I think,
Yeah, I've got a follow-up question based on that. So you received this November of 23 final order. Did you receive this order? Still work?
Yes,
You received this. And so in letter B, it talks about conference with compliance officer. And so it was just asked, did you speak with a compliance officer? And part of your order was meeting and speaking with your compliance officer.
well, I met with her in person, like I came here, but I didn't know I had to continuously keep in contact with her. And especially after I got that, my license was suspended and you have to wait a year to appeal it. I didn't think that I would have to, I guess, keep in contact with her. That was never explained to me.
Okay. And then I want to point you on MSBN 62, letter V. I think you were asked about if you weren't in compliance with the order, did you know this or that would happen? It's all spelled out right here for you. The first sentence, non-compliance with the terms contained herein will result and automatic suspension or revocation of the nursing license. So you're a nurse. You're very capable to understand this, I would assume. And so it's spelled out here that if you weren't compliant with the AA meetings, if you weren't compliant with all this listed here in this order, this is the risk that you are taking. Correct?
Yes.
Sure we had that on. No other question?
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Can I ask you a question about, oh, I can't, sorry.
Do you have any further witnesses? Okay, so you rest? Board have any witnesses?
No, Your Honor, I think it'd just be redundant testimony at this time.
Board rest?
Board rest.
Would you like to make closing arguments?
Yes, very briefly, without again repeating some things that have been already said. Ms. Dilworth is here, essentially offering herself in the best status that she's had. She's given you all a very colorful and honest depiction of what her experience has been. A single mother raising 3 children with extremely traumatic situations, literally coincidentally at the same time that these things were occurring. That death occurred in October of November of the same time that November order was being issued. So yes, she failed to have a clear mind, fully understand those terms. The panelists identified one particular paragraph about non-compliance, which said automatic suspension. I don't believe that Ms. Dilworth had the understanding of her maintaining essentially the restricted license and its co-relationship to her suspension. I think she believed that the suspension was her serving essentially her sentence, was her accepting the failure that she had, inability to comply with several of the requisites that came in the final order. So she accepted the suspension. And I don't believe that she had the understanding of the duality of the relationship between the final order and the impact in the suspension. From her own testimony, she's affirming that her belief is that once I'm suspended, I have to serve that. That is the ultimate term of all this, which again was pointed out as the non-compliance paragraph suspension. And so she took the suspension. And in that meanwhile, attempted to, I want to say rehabilitate herself, but really build herself back up. She's in a far greater situation now. She's been affirmed by our community as a leader. There's no criminal record, there's no CPS records, no DHS records or anything that would show a negligent mother, someone who has a drug abuse issue. There's nothing to that effect. Yes, failures, most definitely. And she's accepted that and has fallen on that sword. As she's also testified, it was a whirlwind at that time. A whirlwind that was also demonstrated with certain bad decisions, which she again testified to as well. But this is not a reflection of a lifestyle here. This is a reflection of arguably 2 bad choices. One, poor judgment and maybe communication skills on how to best comply with the class. Again, it's quite awkward for anyone to spend significant amounts of money to comply, and yet the only thing you didn't do was the thing that didn't cost you. That's the mistake. That is not the sign of a volitional effort to dodge or not accept responsibility. The payments, the other certifications that showed that she participated in those classes, those were her good faith efforts to comply. And then she missed the deadline. That's a timeliness issue. And then second, she didn't participate in the free class. It had to be the other way around, where she would participate in the free class and didn't participate in the others. Maybe she could argue financial hardship, something to that effect. But through family and friends, she put those things together to comply. Yes, I believe that her testimony affirms that she was exhausted, exasperated, frustrated, lost, confused. All of those words have been emanated through this file and her testimony. She doesn't run from any flaws today. She accepts them, has done so. But as a woman, as a mother, as a daughter, she's accepted her role regardless of the professional limitations some of those experiences may have had. having cleared that, one special need child, who she's also gotten in college, mother through a personal situation, a traumatic death that rocked her personal circumstances. She tried to see her way through the weeds. And now, having succeeded through that, the community has affirmed her success. She's here to testify under oath as to the progress she's made personally. Because now she has to, if time was ever important, her managing other people's time is a demonstration of that growth. Because at one point she couldn't demonstrate it in her own life, non-compliance. Thrown from that. The actual issue that was the root of the incident, there's no other evidence that supports that. It was a stupid decision. Stupid. Just hide from that. That's why she believed if she couldn't comply, I just have to swallow it and take the suspension. Try to get my stuff together so that one day I'll be able to present myself back before this panel, seeking for her license to be restored. Because she's so intimate to what her experience is, her response to your question about her having a restored license may sound audacious, but she knows where she is. She knows what she's been through. She's accepted the mistake, accounted for it, understands now. Again, I think some of the things, I'm not sure that there was a clear understanding of the relationship between steps needed for the restricted license versus suspension. I think there was clear confusion there because that level of deviation from these steps, as you've already pointed out, is a clear demonstration of a lack of understanding. Because on the first hand, she did try quite close effort to obtaining everything that she was asked to do, except for a free class. Frustrating. So this is not a lofty idea. This is just a sincere request based on someone who set out, has taken the time for growth, professional growth, personal growth, and in the best position she's ever been in, probably since you all gave her a license in the first place. And so because she's had that opportunity to reflect, grow, she has only come before this panel, admitting to her flaws, admitting to those errors. Again, this is not someone with a substance abuse issue, not someone with a professional issue. Two bad judgments. And some people's judgments are worse than others. And in this case, this one hurt her. And she's accepted that. She's been before this board. You all had a hearing. You've heard her position before. And so she accepts those things and asks that the board accept them as well. Accept her plea and request and offers herself to comply because she wants her license. And she's in the best position to represent this board, represent the panel, and in an effort to make you all proud and show that the growth that she can represent this profession honorably. And she asked for your consideration and request. And if there is something specific that she needed to do, particularly in you use the term restoration packet, there is such a thing. She would do whatever it takes to do that. So she's asking for you all to give her a chance to do that. Anything else?
Walker, closing arguments?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Dilworth is here today because she submitted fraudulent urine specimen. It is what started all of this, ironically. And the crazy thing is if she had just done it, the first order that was issued and completed everything that she was required to complete, she would have only had 24 months of probation, just 24 months. To me, it seems illogical for someone who's completed nursing school to think that I just stay suspended for 12 months or I take 24 months. And no, number one, it doesn't say that anywhere in this order. Nowhere does it say that. Number two, she'd been in contact with the compliance officer as evidenced in the record. That speaks for itself. So Ms. Dilworth was fully aware of the order and what was required of her to do that. She did not take a free substance abuse class. It was on her to find out if she didn't know where to take it. Ironically enough, she didn't take it. So she didn't drug test. Then she gets another order because she was non-compliant with the first one. Again, in that one, she waited till the last minute to do anything. And so as you've seen today, she was non-compliant with that order. So she's yet to this day to submit a drug screen through the board and board approved testing after being 4 years under orders. To state that Ms. Dilworth did not understand the order, I believe it doesn't, based on the record and the evidence and what she said, you can't, it doesn't make sense. Has an affidavit that was evidenced, we've already covered it, begins on page 66, that she was gone over with her compliance officer of every aspect of that order. She understood the order. She chose not to do it for a second time. There is absolutely no reason to think that Ms. Dilworth will comply with the third order. We'll be asking that you please deny her petition based on her noncompliance, repeated noncompliance with board orders. Thank you.
At this time, this will conclude the testimony in the hearing in the matter of Brittany Dilworth. Case number 2025-0064, petition to reinstate license. At this time, I'll consider a motion for the board to go in closed session to determine whether they have grounds for executive session.
Make that motion.
Thomas makes a motion, second by Mr. Clayton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now in closed session. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the board to go into executive session pursuant to Rule annotated 25-41-7-4D to conduct deliberations on issuing an appealable order of the board.
Make that
All right, we're back on the record. In the matter of Brittany Dilworth, petition to reinstate license, I'm gonna announce the board's decision. The board was unanimous to deny petition to reinstate. A formal order will be issued, written order will be sent to, petitioner at your address with the board within 45 days from today. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
In the next matter, good morning. Today's date is October the 9th, 2025. The time is 10:24 a.m. We're present in the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Fair Orchard Road in Richland, Mississippi. The next matter on the docket will be in the matter of Brittany Waddell, is it Waddell? License number R 891423, case number 2025-0430. And this is a petition for restoration of license. My name is Pamela Ratliff. I am the Special Assistant Attorney General, and I will serve as the hearing officer today in this matter. My role during the course of the proceeding will be to rule on objections or to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable rules and laws. This is an administrative proceeding, it's not a court of law, so the formal rules of evidence, the civil procedure that govern trials and courts of law will not apply. However, I may use both as a guide if ruling on motions or objections. At this time, I'll ask the hearings panel to identify themselves for the record and to identify who will be serving as the alternate and will not participate in the deliberation by the hearing panel. Chanel Moody.
Jeremy Cummins.
Janie Clinton.
Sandra Culpepper, alternate.
Dr. Baskin is at the table with us. She is observing. She will not be a part of the hearing panel, will not engage in any deliberations or discussions of this matter. Would the attorney for the board introduce themselves for the record?
Alexis Morris.
And the licensee is here. If you would pull the microphone down towards you and put it close to your face. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Would you state your name for the record?
Brittany Waddell.
Dale.
Okay, Ms. Waddell, you're at the table alone. Do you have an attorney? Okay, I'm gonna ask you a couple questions, before, we get, started, just to make sure that you're aware of your rights. You understand that you have the right to have an attorney represent you today? You understand you have a right to present witnesses and testimony on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand you have the right to introduce documents or evidence on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses that's testifying, today, against you?
Okay.
You understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board of nursing to compel witnesses to testify or documents?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you understand that due to the severity of, or due to the matter pending before you, the outcome of the hearing today could adversely affect your license?
Yes, ma'am.
And knowing all this, do you wish to proceed without an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any witnesses that's gonna testify on your behalf today?
I got,
He's gonna fix your microphone.
thank you.
Speak out in the community to her.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Ooh, that's louder. That's louder.
Ms. Waddell, do you have any witnesses? That's
Uh,
gonna testify?
Yes, ma'am.
And who are they?
My representative from the PHN,
Okay,
my spouse.
okay, if you would state your name.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Tom Kettner.
Tom Kettner,
Davis Waddell.
Davis Waddell. And any other witnesses? Does the board have any witnesses?
No.
At this time, I'll ask the court reporter to swear in all witnesses that's going to testify today. And Ms. Waddell, since you are here without counsel, you'll be testifying also. So I'll have you sworn in also.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
You solemnly swear or affirm, excuse me, that today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
I do.
Ms. Morris, are we invoking the rule or can the witnesses stay in?
The witnesses may stay.
All right. Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, I would ask that B1 through B8 be entered on behalf of the board, and P1 and P2 be entered on behalf of the petitioner.
Ms. Waddell, have you had a chance to look over B1 through B8?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any objection to those documents coming in?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Morris, have you had a chance to review P1 and P2? Any objections to those documents?
No objection.
I will have B1 through B8, P1 through P2 marked and identified accordingly and entered into the record.
I'd ask that those be entered under seal. They do contain patient information.
Okay, the records will be, exhibits will be under seal. Are there any other preliminary matters?
No.
Right, Ms. Waddell, I thought you were here earlier for the first matter. Again, this is going to be a petition. It's your petition. It'll be your burden to prove. So what that means, is particularly the way the hearing will be conducted is, since the burden is on you to prove your case, you will go first. Once you put on your witnesses and your testimony, the board attorney may cross-examine any witnesses that testify. The hearing panel may cross-examine those witnesses. Once you rest your case, the board attorney may put on witnesses or may not. You can start with an opening statement. An opening statement is, it's your choice. You do not have to. You don't have to put on an opening statement, but if you do, it's not your evidence. Don't put in your case in at the opening statement, but it's a brief summary synopsis of what you plan or what you're asking. The board attorney will put on their opening statement also, and at the end, when everyone is rested, you can put on a closing statement. And the closing statement's again persuasive, not evidence, just a brief summary of what you requested or what the evidence has shown.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Any questions?
I'm gonna try to do my best.
Okay, and you're doing a great job talking. The court reporter is taking everything we say. So if you're asking a question or if you're speaking, let someone else finish their question before you answer, so that we're not over talking.
Okay.
And if there's a yes or no question, please say yes or no instead of nodding or going or The court reporter will love us. All right. We'll begin with opening statements if you wish.
I come here today to see if I can get my license back. I surrendered it in 2019 for diverting narcotics. And for the past 6 years, I've been sober. I've been doing my meetings and doing my drug screens. I've been with the PHN, been going to see them, and been doing everything that I've been supposed to be doing, and staying busy, being a mama and working. And so I guess that's about it.
Thank you. Ms. Morris, opening statement?
Yes, and briefly, again, as Ms. Waddell stated, she's here requesting that her license be restored. In December of 2019, Ms. Waddell signed a voluntary surrender. In a statement that she made to the board on or about August of 2019, she admitted to diverting morphine and hydromorphone or Dilaudid for approximately 3.5 years while working at North Mississippi Medical Center in Tupelo. Further, Ms. Waddell admitted to using those narcotics while working as a nurse and to obtaining the narcotics by diverting medication waste from sharp containers, as well as diverting patients' prescribed narcotic pain medications by substituting those with non-narcotic pain medications. Again, as Ms. Waddell stated, she's not practiced nursing since 2019. And in all restoration proceedings, the restoration applicant does have the burden to show why her restoration application or privilege should be restored. In considering her request, we ask the panel to consider how long it's been since she's practiced nursing, the circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, her conduct since losing her license, compliance with all restoration requirements, and if the public will be protected if her license is restored. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Waddell, it's your time to put on your case and sheet, and you can do that by testifying yourself or calling one of your witnesses to testify.
Okay,
And it's not an either or, you can still call a witness later.
okay, so I gotta, we'll let you talk first.
Oh, great. Good morning, panel. How you doing? My name's Tom Kepner. I'm with Professionals Health Network. And since 2019, we have been monitoring and today advocating for Brittany. And it involves following up with her continuing care plans, post-treatment to make sure that she's doing all the things that has been laid out for her to do. She's been given urine screens through Affinity, and we monitor those. They've been all negative. We also monitor her therapist's reports and her psychiatric reports, and both of those are positive, and we support the psychiatrist and the therapist reports. She comes and meets with our committee on intervals. At the beginning, it's every 2 months. A little later on, it goes to every 4 months, and a little later on, it goes to 6 months. And she successfully made all those appointments, and it reflects that she's made all her psychiatric appointments and all her therapy appointments. So we feel pretty good about what Miss Brittany is doing. Any questions?
Of course, any questions?
Yes, just a couple. You have stated that she's been in the program since 2019. And you have had an opportunity to review her psychiatric evaluations and other assessments. correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your review of those and that documentation, do you have any hesitancy with advocating that she receive her license?
We are in support of her getting restoration of her license.
Have you reviewed any documentation or drug screens within the last year that would give you pause regarding her being able to receive her license today?
No, ma'am.
That's all I have.
Does anyone have any questions? No questions.
Thank you for your attention.
Ms. Waddell, I don't want to tell you how to do your case, but it might be easier for you if you'll testify at the beginning, or if you want to put your husband on now.
Well, if you want me to do mine, then I can.
It's your preference, but I think it might make it a little bit clearer for the board hearing panel.
Oh, okay. Well, back in 2019, my name's Brittany Waddell. And back in 2019, I fell asleep at a patient's, standing up at a computer. And so the next day they called me in for a fur calls drug screen. And so, I just broke down and started crying. And, so they sent me over to EAP, the Employee Assistance Program, to talk to them. And then, and over there, I broke down and was like, I'm tired of keeping this a secret. I'm gonna just say everything. And then, so they sent me back over to the hospital, and I told them my entire story. And ever since, in the documents in here, I believe, about my testimony to the North Mississippi Medical Center, about how I've been diverting narcotics, how I've been using them. And then, so A few days later, I went to rehab in Desert Hope, Las Vegas, stayed there for about a month. Then I went to Pine Grove in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, due to insurance reasons. That's the reasons I changed. But I stayed for a total of 3 months in rehab, and I got clean. I learned to love myself. I learned to be a better person. And then got discharged home, did an IOP program. I started doing one in Etta, Oxford, but it was too far to drive, trying to get childcare and all that. So I changed to Imagine Counseling in Tupelo, Mississippi, and finished the IOP program there. And I'm still under her care now. So I go see her once a month. And then I've been doing meetings 3 or 4 times a week. So, and then I even chair the Orchard on Sunday nights at 8 o'clock. And I go to 2 or 3 other meetings during the week. And when I came back, I started working at Dollar General because I knew I couldn't work as a nurse. And I worked there for 5 years. And then I changed to working as a patient tech at the state hospital. And I've been there for about a year now. So that's slowly integrating me back into the healthcare field, but I'm not around any meds or anything. So that I'm proud of, that I'm slowly doing everything. I've been letting my mental health heal, and I just feel like I'm more accountable to my own actions and that I'm able to be a better person now. I know what I did was wrong, and and that was a lot that I did. It was patient harm. And that's why I feel like, given the amount of time that I've been without a license and without being a harm to society, that it'll be okay for me to get my nursing license back with y'all's okay, of course. Y'all got any questions?
They will.
Yeah.
Board Attorney, if you have anything else you need to say?
Just the other witness, but
Okay.
that's it.
Okay, at this point, the Board Attorney will ask you some questions and then the hearing panel will.
Good morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you please tell the board, your educational background, where you attended nursing school and what years?
I attended ICC 2008 to 2012. And then got my associates of science and got my associates of arts in nursing. And then I went to MUW in 2013 and got my bachelor's. And that's my education.
Now, you were first licensed as a registered nurse in 2012, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Roughly. So you roughly practiced for about 5 years, about 4 or 5 years prior to surrendering your license, correct?
Believe it. Okay, I guess so.
Tell us about your work history as a nurse, where you worked prior to that, or were you always at the North Regional Medical Center?
I started working at Golden Triangle as a med-surg nurse, and then slowly graduated to charge nurse. And then I took a travel assignment to Vicksburg and did that for one assignment. And then I started working at North Mississippi Medical Center. And then that's the last I worked.
And how long did you work there, roughly?
Three, 4 years.
Now, you testified that you worked, I believe, at Dollar General. Did I-
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Dollar General. Are you currently working now?
I'm working as a patient tech at the state hospital. Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been there?
December will be a year.
Now, in your restoration application, on page 107, there was a letter, I believe, from a Dr. Miller, of a board certified psychiatrist. Is that your psychiatrist?
Yes, ma'am.
Currently?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that, Dr. Miller discloses a few diagnoses. And I don't want to put that on the record, but the board for their review is on page 107. Do you think that you're adequately prepared to re-enter the workforce based on the information provided from your psychiatrist?
Yes, ma'am. I've been trying to take care of my mental health. And so I've been going to my meetings and at a meeting, you talk a lot. So it's like a mini therapy session. And so, and then I go to my monthly therapy sessions with my therapist, Winters. And if I ever need her, I can always call her and she's there. And it took a while for me to get my medications right, which is reason it took me 6 years to come back to talk to y'all to see about getting my license back. But I feel stable.
Now, what is your date of sobriety?
6/23/2019.
And because you are involved in the program, I believe the PMP program, the HP program, excuse me, do you still currently undergo drug screens?
Yes, ma'am. Had one last week.
And what were the results of that drug screen?
Negative.
Will you tell the board who makes up your support system and who's assisting you throughout your sobriety journey?
My spouse, he's the biggest support. I have my 2 kids. They're 15 and 7. They're awesome. They keep me going. And then I have my mom, my stepdad, I have my in-laws, and then I have several of my AA friends. We're starting to have the Fall Jubilee starting tomorrow, so that'll be a weekend journey. We've been planning it for 6 months. So, they help me too. I've had all of them praying for me. So we all, it's a spiritual journey. And, so there's several people in the AA group that I'm friends with. And then there's several of my work friends that are good to me too. And then I got my sponsor. She keeps me going too. So that's a pretty big support network, I think. So, woohoo.
So if you were to obtain a license, whether it be unrestricted or restricted, do you have a promise of employment or something that you would like to do or job lined up?
Yes, ma'am. I talked to my nurse manager and I disclosed to her my history. And she would said if it'd be restricted, then she would have to get it approved through her higher ups. Because on the weekend, they only have one nurse. But the only narcotic that they serve is Ativan. And that would be, and they don't give that very often. That would only be if a patient's getting aggressive or they would give it in a shot. And that would be the only medication. There's like 1 or 2 patients that are getting Ativan pills but that's the only narcotic that's at the state hospital, as far as I know.
And this is the nurse manager at your current employment?
Yes, ma'am.
Why do you think the panel should give you your nursing license back?
I believe I've done everything that I've been asked to do. And I would like to be a benefit to society again. And I just feel like nursing is my calling. I've done everything I can think of and been putting myself first. I have never really done that before. And loving myself is a big thing. So I think I've come a long way. When I was using, I was a different person. I was a drug addict but today I don't have that craving. I don't have that substance that I have to have. I don't feel like I have to change my mindset in order to love myself. I can love myself for who I am. And I don't need an external substance to make me okay with myself. And so that's something new.
You've been out of the workforce since 2019. What have you been doing to stay current, if at all possible, in the profession, in the nursing profession?
I've gone to nurse.com and done a lot of the CBLs on there. So like about once or a week, every other week, I'll do a CBL just as something to keep me in the loop a little bit.
And you've provided those certificates of completion in the packet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you complied with any and all other preconditions required for restoration?
Yeah, I filled out the packet and I sent it. I even brought it with me thinking I might need it. But it weighs like 10 pounds.
No further questions at this time.
I don't have any questions.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So just one quick question. I know we've talked about how it's been 6 years since you practiced nursing. Do you feel like you are fit to go back out into the clinic, the hospital today to start practicing nursing? Would you, if the board decides to reinstate your license, would you be willing to do a refresher course? Would you be willing to do that?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Definitely. I definitely feel like I'd need a refresher course just because it's been 6 years. I have my med-surg book and I've been going through that every now and then. So I'm like familiar with catheters and stuff. But at the state hospital, we don't deal with any of that because it's ligature risk. So it's all psychiatric stuff. So I've been trying to read through a lot of that because I feel like that's where I would go because I've already got my foot in the door there.
So if you were to pick an area of practice, are you saying that you're looking to go into med-surg or?
Into psychiatry. That's where I would go, would be at the state hospital. You're welcome.
Hey, how long, back, all the way back, how long were you diverting?
About 3.5 years.
3.5 years.
Yes, sir.
So pretty much at the time you got out of nursing school, you started pretty soon afterwards.
Well, when I started North Mississippi, I started diverting there. I just couldn't deal with a lot of the,
I was gonna ask, did something
Stress and
happen
stuff.
or
um,
you don't have to get real personal, but
I don't know. I just.
tell us about your sponsor.
Mhm.
You told us about your support system, which sounds great. I guess what I want to hear is, if you get your license back, what's your plan moving forward? I mean, you've worked the program, you've worked the plan, you've got 10 pounds worth of information here for us, but moving forward, what's your plan? I mean, do you agree that you're an addict today?
Yeah, I don't plan on ever stopping meetings and I don't plan on ever really stopping the drug screens just because they help keep me accountable. Because I have that to look at, be like, I have that little button to push every morning and it gives me something to look forward to. Be like, okay, I'm not going to use today. It's just 24 hours. I'm not going to use today. And I'm not going to drink today either because that's just another gateway to drugs. So I know it's just,
And so does your support system understand the accountability that's required? Because at some point you may get in a mental state where you don't feel this is as important. I've got my license back. I really don't have anything to prove to the nursing board. But you still have to remain accountable. My question is, does your support system know that that's something you've got to be held accountable to on a daily basis?
yes, sir. Uh, he makes sure
guess
I go to
what
my
I'm-
meetings.
I
and
guess where I'm
stuff.
going with this is,
Yeah.
it's one thing for them to say, we're supporting you. It's
Yes,
another thing for them to identify with the actual problem and say, okay, what are we doing today? What are
Yeah.
we doing today? And that's gonna be for the rest of your life.
we used to have a liquor room in our house, and when I went to rehab, he changed it to an art room. So we don't have a liquor room in our house anymore, and he doesn't drink around me anymore either. So, and it's been 6 years, and he still doesn't drink around me. So I think that's pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah.
So you do have a plan for the accountability. That's good. You told us that you plan to do psychiatry. Your plan. Oh my God.
Yeah, it keeps me away from all the major narcotics that I was used to, so I don't have to be worried.
But you're gonna continue doing meetings.
Yes, sir.
Your plan is to continue with your therapy.
Yes, sir. Once a month. And if I need it, I can go more.
I assume that you see a psychiatrist regularly for your mental health diagnosis.
Yes, sir. I see her every month, every 2 months, just depending on how she feels.
Good job.
Thank you.
Where were you working at North Mississippi Medical Center? What floor?
I was a float pool. So I went everywhere but the ER and CCU.
Did not work in CCU?
No, sir. No, ma'am. Sorry.
No further questions from the board here in panel. All right, may call the next witness.
Hello, my name is Davis Waddell. I'm her husband of 12 years. I'm not in the medical profession, so unfortunately I won't be able to tell you much about that, but I could be a good character witness for her. I guess one of the things I do want to address was with addiction, there's very rarely where that's the only thing that they're diagnosed with. If you look with on her record, some of those things were diagnosed after surrendering her license with Dr. Miller without disclosing what those are, is you can see that those were previously undiagnosed conditions that are now being addressed thoroughly, both through therapy and through balancing of her drugs. So that is one of the big change points in her life, as well as the AA meetings. She's, in my opinion and my observation, is she's gone not just out of obligation, but she's also applied herself beyond that. She's now chairing one of the meetings, which is kind of like a leadership role into that, as well as she was talking about Jubilee tomorrow, which is a 3-day festival, if you will, and she's part of the planning on that. So just to apply that, she's, in my observation, it's not just obligations that she's done, but she's also applied it for herself, not as enjoyment, as well as seeing the benefit of how it's benefited her, herself, her career, as well as her family's well-being. Yes.
No questions. Here in panel, any questions? No further questions.
What else, do you have anybody else or any other testimony you'd like to offer?
Well, the evidence speaks for itself. So, yay. And thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all's time.
Does the board have any?
No.
At this time, then this will conclude the hearing on the matter. We'll hear closing statements. If you'd like to make a closing statement, a brief summary.
Um,
And again, you don't have to, that's your choice.
I've come a long way, ever since 2019. I'm a new person and I feel different on the inside. So I'm able to be there for my family. I'm able to be there for the community now. And so that's why I asked that I get my license back so that I can be a practicing nurse again, so that I can be a better person to society. And like I said, I'm going to continue doing my meetings. I'm going to keep myself accountable and I'm going to do what needs to be done. That way I can be the person I'm supposed to be. Thank you for letting me share.
Closing statement.
Just briefly, in considering Ms. Waddell's request for reinstatement, I would again ask that the panel consider how long it's been since she's practiced nursing, the circumstances that led to losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, her conduct since losing her license, compliance with all restoration requirements, and if the public will be protected if her license is restored. Thank you.
This will conclude the hearing in the matter of Brittany Waddell, petition for restoration of license, cause number 2025-0430. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session, determine whether the board has basis to go into executive session. Second. Motion by Mr. Cummings, second by Ms. Moody. All in favor? We're in closed session at this time. I entertain a motion to go into executive session pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 254174D to conduct deliberations on issue and appealable order of the board.
I'll make that motion.
A second. All right. Back on the record. Board has deliberated, and I will announce the board's decision in the matter of Brittany Waddell, case number 2025-0430, petition for restoration license. The board has granted your petition to reinstate your license with restrictions. They're quite lengthy here, so I'm going to tell you, essentially, the board wants you to keep doing what you've been doing. You'll need to precondition, you'll need to have a conference with the compliance officer, your support group and your sponsors, continuing education, you'll need to take the board-approved refresher course within 180 days, and your compliance officer can give you some information regarding that. There is a $500 fine that will need to be paid. After you've completed your preconditions within 180 days, you'll have a restricted license for a period of 12 months. And again, on your 12 months, on your restricted license, essentially it's pretty much what you've been doing. You'll need to provide employer reports, present and future employer notification, AA meetings 3 times a week, abstain from any alcohol or any kind of addictive substances, drug screens, reports on those, and you are going to have a prohibited area of practice once you have your restricted license. No ICU, CCU, OR, ER, labor and delivery are seated within 45 days from today.
Yes, ma'am.
We're pretty much said you've been doing everything you need to be doing, kind of continue what you're doing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
You're pretty good. This time it's 11:44 a.m. The board will break for recess for lunch, and we'll take up some ASPs during the lunch break. We'll return in an hour. So about 12:45.
And I did tell the students to do their things.
Okay, we're back on the record. Good afternoon. Today's date is October the 9th, 2025. The time is 1:11 p.m. We are present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. I'll call the next matter on the docket, and that is going to be in the matter of Martine Quinn, license number R-904915, case number 2023-0217. My name is Pamela Ratliff. I am Special Assistant Attorney General, and I'll serve as hearing officer today in this matter. My role during the course of proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that all applicable rules and regulations are followed. This is an administrative proceeding, so the formal rules that govern a court of law will not apply. I may use both, however, as a guide in ruling on matters. At this time, I'll ask the members of the board hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves for the record and to identify the member who will serve as the alternate and who will not be participating in either the deliberations or decision by the board.
Janelle Moody.
Jeremy Cummins, alternate.
Sandra Culpepper.
Janie Clanton.
Dr. Baskin is sitting at the end of the panel here. She is a member of the board, but she is in an observation role only. She will not participate in the matter. She will not assist the board during their deliberations or discussions of the claim. At this time, I'll ask the board attorney to introduce themselves for the record.
Brandon Walker.
And the licensee, are you present?
Yes.
State your name for the record.
Martine Quinn.
Okay, Ms. Quinn? You can move the microphone a little bit so it'll reflect better for you. Okay. Ms. Quinn, you're here today. Are you represented by an attorney? No. I'm gonna ask you a few questions since you do not have an attorney, okay? You understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you today?
Yes, I understand.
You also understand you have the right to present witnesses to testify at the hearing on your behalf?
Yes,
You understand you have the right to introduce documents or exhibits into evidence?
yes,
You understand you have the right to cross-examine or question witnesses that's going to be testifying against you?
yes,
You understand you have the right to have the board issue subpoenas to compel witnesses to testify or produce documents if you felt that you needed those?
yes,
You understand due to the severity of the charges pending against your license that the outcome of this hearing could result in an adverse action on your nursing license?
yes,
Understanding all of this, is it your wish to proceed in this manner without counsel representation? Yes. Do you have any witnesses that's going to testify on your behalf?
no,
Would you be offering testimony?
yes,
Okay. Does the board have any witnesses?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor, Mr. Dwayne Jameson.
I'll ask the court reporter to swear in all witnesses at this time.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we have exhibits B1 through B13 we would request to be admitted.
Ms. Quinn, have you been provided a copy of those exhibits?
Yes,
Have you had a chance to look through them?
yes,
Have any objection to those documents being introduced today as an exhibit?
no,
Okay. Do you need the time to look through them?
no. I don't.
Okay. No objections to B1 through B13 being admitted. I'll have those admitted and marked accordingly. Do you have any exhibits that you wish to offer today?
I sent a fax on Friday.
What was the facts of what?
It was just some letters of support, and then okay. So there was another student that came from this same school. He applied for reciprocity in Minnesota, and he wrote a statement about like the outcome of his hearing, what he learned there. I think his hearing there was about 2-3 weeks ago.
In Minnesota?
Yes.
Okay, so not a hearing here.
No.
Do you have the letters that you faxed? Do you have a copy of those with you?
No, I did, it's like a digital fax, so I did it from my computer to the fax number here, and it said it was successfully transmitted, but it was a fax.
Did you identify those as exhibits that you wish to offer today?
Not necessarily. I just kind of sent them over as a packet.
Were you planning on using those today at hearing?
Yes.
We know anything about this?
We don't, we can take a 5-minute recess and see if we can locate them, but yeah, I don't have any knowledge of them, Your Honor.
Let's see if we can locate those for you, if you're planning on relying on those today.
Okay, thank you.
They,
We're back on the record. Ms. Quinn, the board was able to, you forwarded the email and they were able to print the documents. You've got a copy of them, correct? Yes. They're marked as R1. Is this documents you wish to present as your evidence?
Yes.
Does the board attorney have any objections to R1?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. R1 is a composite and it'll be admitted. All right.
Thank you.
Any other preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor.
At this time, the order of the proceeding will be as follows. This is a disciplinary hearing, Ms. Quinn. And I say that because Mr. Brandon knows how the procedure goes, but we will allow opening statements. Opening statements are not mandatory. They're not required. There's a brief summary of what you hope to prove or testify for today. It's disciplinary proceeding. The board has the burden of proof, so the board will go first. So Mr. Walker will present his witnesses will testify. You may cross-examine any witness that testifies. The board hearing panel or myself may question any witness. Once the board rests their case, then it's your time to put on your case. You may call any witnesses you wish to call, including yourself. Once you read, the board attorney may cross-examine you, and the board hearing panel may also cross-examine you. Once you have completed your case, then we will hear closing statements. Again, those are persuasive. They're not required. You do not have to put on a closing statement. A closing statement merely is a summary of what was testified to or what you're asking of the board hearing panel. Once that's completed, the board will go into what's called an executive session and they will deliberate. They'll render their ruling today. A formal order will be issued within 45 days from today. All right, any questions?
No.
And you're doing a good job now, but we may tell you from time to time to speak into the mic, or if someone is questioning you, if you will, let them finish questioning before you speak and vice versa, so that there's no over speaking. The court reporter's taking everything we say down, it makes it more difficult for her.
I understand.
And if anything calls for a yes or no answer, if you'll articulate that rather than go or nuh-uh, that would be helpful. All right. All right, we will proceed. Mr. Walker, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sorry. Today you will see evidence that Ms. Quinn obtained her RN license in 2016 by deception and fraud. You will see in the evidence that she submitted 2 transcripts from MedLife Institute in Naples, Florida, that do not match neither substantively or in form. You also see today an affidavit signed by the owner and operator of MedLife Institute in Naples, Florida, stating that anyone who lived outside of Florida and was issued an Associate of Science from the Institute did not meet the required hours nor training necessary to obtain the diploma. You'll see that Ms. Quinn did not live in Florida, and you also see evidence that she is guilty of all the charges in the complaint. Thank you.
Ms. Quinn, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, this state is charging me with obtaining a license via fraud by submitting 2 completely different transcripts. I do not create transcripts. The first transcript for me to obtain my ATT was submitted directly by MedLife Naples. The second transcript was a transcript that I had it personally that I requested via parchment, I believe in 2019. Once again, I don't create transcripts. Furthermore, I think it's odd to say that I deceived the state when I did not create the program, I did not submit the program, and at the end of the day, you come to Florida to school and you follow instructions. So with Mr. Tanis saying that no one from out of state completed the requirements, I think that's him saying that no one from out of state was given the proper requirements to complete. There's no way that you had hundreds of out-of-state students that all got together and did whatever they wanted to do. And the school issued them transcripts, sent them to various boards of nursing after creating them.
All right,
Thank you. At this time, like I said, the board has heard and approved, so they will put on the case first. Mr. Walker, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The board calls Mr. Jameson. Mr. Jameson, will you state your name and your current place of employment for the record?
Dwayne Jameson, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked here at the board?
since March of 1991.
Will you state what it is that you do for the board?
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigative Division.
So is it fair to say you're familiar with the investigative processes of this board?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Will you look at page 4 and identify that for the record?
Page 4 is license verification form.
Who's named on that form?
Martine Quinn,
Will you state when does it show that she was first licensed in Mississippi?
September 29th, 2016.
And what was she licensed as?
She was licensed as a registered nurse.
If you would, look at page 8 and identify that for the record.
Page 8 is a copy of the complaint.
And we just state for the record what those charges are in the complaint.
Okay, charge 1 is that the respondent has committed fraud or deceit in securing or attempting to secure such license. Charge 2, that respondent has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure. Charge 3, that the respondent engages in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. Charge 4, that the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely filing false, forged, or altered documents when applying for a license. And charge 5, that the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely misrepresentation, deception, or failure to disclose information as requested on any licensure or board of nursing document when attempting to secure or obtain a nursing license.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. And in that complaint, are there any facts that would support those charges?
Yes.
Can you summarize those as well?
Yes, basically, the respondent was licensed in Mississippi as RN on September 29th, 2016. And she obtained this license by deception. She provided the board fraudulent documents in order to obtain her nursing license. As previously mentioned, there were 2 transcripts from MedLife, and those transcripts were different in format and numbers that were listed on the transcript.
What about on the next page there?
Okay, also that the respondent indicated on a questionnaire to the board that we submitted to her that she attended Meridian Community College in Meridian, Mississippi from January 2014 until May 2016. And this is the same time, during the same time that she attended MedLife in Naples, Florida. There's also an affidavit that's been provided by the Department of Justice, signed by the owner and operator of MedLife, that states that this was a 22-month program and it requires students to complete 72 semester hours of theoretical instruction and clinical experience. It goes on to say that in or around 2015 to the present, none of the individuals residing outside of Florida who were issued Associate of Science diplomas and transcripts from MedLife Naples completed the required program hours and clinical training necessary to obtain an Associate of Science nursing degree and transcript.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. Okay, let's start with page 27. You identify that for the record, Mr. Jameson?
Page 27 is a copy of a transcript from MedLife Institute.
When does it say it was received by the board?
July 25th, 2016.
And will you state for the record who's named on this transcript?
Martine S. Quinn.
Okay. And on page 28, excuse me. Will you identify that for the record?
This is another copy of a transcript from MedLife Institute.
Okay, so I want to look at those, and kind of compare them. Do you know how the board obtained the transcript on page 27?
Page 27, this transcript was submitted for licensure.
Okay, and how about this transcript on page 20?
Page 28, this transcript was obtained during the course of our investigation. Ms. Quinn provided us with a copy of it.
Okay. So in looking at these, do they even look similar just at the appearance?
No, they do not.
Okay. For the record, will you just state how they look different? So the record will reflect that.
The format itself on page 27, MedLife Institute is listed as the top. And on page 28, MedLife Institute is listed in the lower left-hand corner.
And is it fair to say one of them looks like a chart and the other one does not?
Yes.
All right, so in the transcript on page 27, how many credit hours does it say were transferred?
72
On 27?
on page 27.
Yes, so it was
Credit hours.
yeah, how many credit hours? Should be at the top of the page,
Okay, not total credit, just the transfer hours.
just the transfer hours.
Transfer hours is going to be 58.
Okay. And then if you look on the transcript on page 28, how many transfer hours does it have listed there at the bottom of the page?
On page 28, there are 50 listed on
Okay.
that page.
So they don't match substantively. Okay. All right, so let's look at the total number of hours on the transcript. On the transcript on page 27 you have there, what is the total number of credit hours that's indicated on the transcript?
That would be 72.
Okay. And how about on the other transcript on page 28, how many total hours does it say there?
The overall hours there is 62.
So again, they don't match either.
No, they do not.
Okay. How many courses, again, going back to the transcript on page 27, how many courses does it indicate that she took at MedLife?
4.
And on the transcripts that she sent to you that's on page 28, how many does that show that she took there?
This one shows 6.
And on the transcript on this page, you stated earlier that it had a total of 50 transfer hours. Is that right?
Yes, on page 28, yes.
Okay. And will you add up the number of transfer hours on that left side of the page and tell me how many you get?
Okay, that number would be 65.
So even the number on that transcript is wrong, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so according to both of these, both transcripts you have, when does it say that she attended MedLife Institute?
The date attended the program was March 2016 through May 2016.
So on both transcripts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, if you will, let's turn it back to page 23. And will you just identify this for the record?
Okay, page 23 is an investigative questionnaire that we sent to Ms. Quinn, asking her to complete.
Okay, and can you state why this was sent to her?
This was sent basically to obtain information to confirm whether or not the information that we received on the transcript was accurate and whether the license that was issued appropriately.
Thank you. Excuse me. On number 2, what was her answer as to when this questionnaire was sent to her, as to when and where she attended a nursing program?
Okay, number 2 response was Meridian Community College, January 2014 through May 2016. And then she also lists MedLife Naples, March 2016 through May 2016.
Okay, so according to her, she attended those at the same time, is that correct?
From March to May.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And also, She also states she says she stayed in a hotel while attending Naples. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
Okay. On page 24 on 8C. Was she able to provide any information to sufficiently answer those questions about her clinicals?
Initially, her response was, I don't have this information. However, she did go on to clarify that she had done clinical somewhere, at least one day per week. She also stated that her med surg clinical days were about 6 to 8 hours. And that the site clinical days were the same. And in the fourth semester, those clinical days were precepted, I believe is what that says there. And that was basically it.
So kind of, she provided information, but general information?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's go back to page 17. All right, will you just first identify this for the record?
Okay, page 17, this is a copy of an email that I initially sent to Ms. Quinn requesting some follow-up information. And basically, number two, I asked if could she share as to how you were able to provide proof of residency using a hotel address is the question number two.
Okay, and so what was her response to that question number two?
Her response was, I use my regular address in Newton, Mississippi on everything. Okay, read that.
Yeah, you go ahead and read it.
They copied my license and SS card for my file. Lots of the students and staff did not live in the area. It's my understanding that it was a low residency program. Some of the students I had at Jersey College were there completing their degrees, and they would fly in and stay a week every month and go home. I'm not sure how many cohorts of students there were, but many of them were completing education, began at other schools rather than starting fresh at MedLife.
Okay. So according to her answer to you on this email, looks like this was sent Monday, May 15th, 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
According to you, she admitted that she didn't live in Florida. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And according to her, she obtained an associate's of nursing from MedLife. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And let's look up, I believe on page 14, if you would for me. Is this the degree here?
Yes, this is a copy of the degree.
Can you just state what it says on there for the record?
Basically, it says MedLife Institute, and it has Martine Quinn listed, the degree of Associate in Science Nursing.
Okay, thank you. So kind of as a recap of what we went over so far, she admitted she did not live in Florida. She attended MedLife from March 2016 to May 2016, according to her transcript. And she obtained this Associate's of Science degree from MedLife. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, let's turn all the way over to page 82. Are you there?
Yes.
Will you identify this for the record?
Page 82 is a letter from the United States Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation, along with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
And when was this letter sent? When's it dated?
It's dated December 27th, 2024.
Okay, and you don't have to read this, but will you just kind of state what the purpose of this letter was?
This purpose of this letter is to inform, it's addressed to members of the National Council of State Boards of Nursing, and it's to inform of an additional nursing school that issued illegitimate nursing diplomas and transcripts and it lists MedLife Institute doing business as MedLife Institute Naples.
Okay. So this is the same school that Ms. Quinn admitted to attending, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What was attached to that letter, Mr. Jameson?
Attached to the letter is an affidavit of Cleophat Tanis.
And who, according to this affidavit, who is Cleophat Tanis?
Cleophat Tanis was the owner and operator of MedLife Institute doing business as MedLife Institute Naples.
Okay, and this is on page 83 for the record. This is that affidavit.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. In the fourth paragraph there, how many months does it say the program was?
22 months.
All right, will you read the two paragraphs that start with from in or around 2015 to the present? Both those paragraphs right there.
Okay, from in or around 2015 to the present, none of the individuals residing outside of Florida who were issued practical nursing diplomas and transcripts from MedLife Naples completed the required program hours and clinical training necessary to obtain practical nursing diplomas and transcripts. From in or around 2015 to the present, none of the individuals residing outside of Florida who were issued Associate of Science diplomas and transcripts from MedLife Naples completed the required program hours and clinical training necessary to obtain an Associate of Science nursing degree and transcript.
Okay, so according to this, who was the owner, anybody that lived outside from 2015 until this letter was sent, I believe in December of 24. Nobody completed the required hours. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And pretty much so any transcript or diploma would be fraudulent based on what this affidavit says. Is that correct?
Based on the affidavit.
Okay, and according to her statement, she attended in 2016. Is that all right? Is that also correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in this affidavit, that was also the same degree that Ms. Quinn obtained from the school, right?
Yes, that is right.
And I know we've already covered this, but she didn't live in Florida. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So, and these were submitted to the board for licensure. Is that also correct?
Yes. One of the transcripts.
Okay, yes, correct. Thank you. And for clarification, the other one was submitted by Ms.
Course of the investigation, yes.
Thank you. So during your investigation, did you find evidence that Ms. Quinn has worked as a nurse?
Yes, we did.
On page 148, is that some of the evidence that was obtained?
Yes, on page 148. This is a copy of a 2017 performance evaluation from the University of Mississippi Healthcare, University Hospitals and Health System.
Okay, what was the position there?
The position was RN1 inpatient.
Okay, so this is evidence that she has worked as a nurse on this license she obtained.
That's correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Quinn, do you have any questions or cross-exam for the witness? Okay.
What is the process in Mississippi to obtain a registered nursing license, Mr. Jameson?
That actually question would be more appropriately asked by one of our licensure officers. They could take you through those steps.
Can you tell me who issues the authorization to test for your nursing license?
Again, I'm with the investigative division
Mhm.
as to not misspeak. I think it would be more appropriately that question posed to one of our licensure officers.
Okay. In the statement that was sent from the federal government regarding Cleophat Tanis's statement about that nobody completed the proper requirements, is that the his complete statement?
Objection, Your Honor, that he's testified that what we have is in the record, that he has no way of knowing anything other than what we were sent.
If he can answer that one, do you know if there's any additional?
I am not aware of any other information.
Okay.
Do you know if this statement was obtained before or after he finished his initial federal prison sentence for his misuse of government funds?
Again, objection, Your Honor, there's no way for him to know that.
Yeah, he can only testify as to, he says he has that information, that's all he does.
Has anybody questioned the validity of Mr. Tanis's statement?
Is that a question you're asking, Mr. Jameson?
Yes.
Your Honor, it's a signed affidavit. The validity speaks for itself.
I'm gonna overrule that one.
This initial transcript, you said this first transcript, I don't have page numbers, but this one that kind of looks like a Excel spreadsheet.
Look in the bottom corner on the right.
Oh, 27, I'm sorry. This transcript was sent to the Mississippi Board of Nursing by whom?
It's my understanding that this was received from the institute, Life Institute.
And it's signed by a registrar. Do we have a name for that registrar?
I would not have that information and I cannot read the signature.
And the transcript on page 28 is also, it looks like is also signed by a registrar. Do we have the name of that registrar?
There is a signature there, and again, I would not know the name. I cannot read that signature. But I would agree, they do look different.
Do you know the process of obtaining a transcript from MedLife?
No, ma'am, I wouldn't know that information.
Is it your position that these transcripts were created by me?
No,
Objection,
ma'am.
Your Honor, she was not charged with creating the transcripts.
I'm being charged with fraud.
If you can answer that question, you can answer it.
I am not able to say who created the transcript.
If you're not able to say that I created the transcript, how am I being charged with fraud?
Your Honor,
The charges will speak for themselves. The charge is that you have obtained a license by fraud.
Fraud is based on the submission of these transcripts, is that correct?
Your Honor, the charge is that she obtained, as you said, a license by fraud. She submitted, as we've said, the second one was submitted by the respondent herself.
If you have questions for the witness, ask the witness the questions. Charge 1 says you have committed fraud or deceit in securing or attempting to secure a license. And that's the charge. That's charge 1.
Has Mr. Jameson, in the course of your investigation, did you ever contact the 2 bodies that approved this program in the state of Florida?
Which program are you referring?
The MedLife program.
Actually, we did attempt to reach out to MedLife, but during the course of our investigation, there was no way to access. I do believe at that time they may have been closed down.
Did you ever contact the Florida Board of Nursing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you contact the Commission of Independent Education?
No, ma'am.
This is not a question. It's a maybe like a point of clarification. In Florida, if a school is private, it's not under the auspices of the Florida Board of Education. It's under the Commission of Independent Education. So if you want a program, like if you want to create a nursing program, you have to submit your application to both bodies and be approved.
That's more testimony. If you want to testify as to that during your portion of the hearing, you may.
when you contacted the Florida Board of Nursing, did they give you the program that MedLife was approved for?
I don't recall if that information was obtained or not. I do recall contacting the Florida board, but it was more along the lines of obtaining a copy of their transcript and information that they would have had.
And what information did they remit to you?
It's not information that we prepare for, but if we need to, I can. If it's necessary, I can go and find out what responses there were from the Florida board.
Your Honor, I don't think it's really relevant. We have an affidavit saying that the school was fraudulent. There's no need for any more evidence than what we already have.
We have the evidence from the affidavit from the school owner, from the school saying that anything that it's fraudulent. I don't know that an email or additional information is going to change that.
Your Honor.
Right.
You've got someone sitting with you talking. Who is that? If you would, I'll need you to sit back. If you're not her counsel, then you'll need to sit in the audience.
Can I sit here and not talk?
No, ma'am, you need to sit back.
Point that I'm trying to make is that those two bodies approve for the school to open and they approve for a certain type of program. And I just want to know what that type of program was.
Again, Your Honor, I'm gonna object because that's not what's the question here today. The question here today is MedLife Institute. We have an affidavit saying it's fraud.
And I'm going to break this objection, so I'll need you to move on, and ask additional questions.
Okay. Oh, so about the overlap in colleges, you said that I stated that I was at Meridian Community College until May of 2016.
But that's according to the questionnaire
Yes.
that you completed.
Did you inquire about why I finished? Did you inquire about why I initially left Meridian Community College?
I don't recall if I specifically inquired about that, Ms. Quinn. I don't recall if I asked.
And you don't have any documents from Meridian Community College regarding my education there?
Do have a copy of a transcript from Meridian.
So on that transcript, can you tell me what classes were listed that I was enrolled in that last term?
Your Honor, she's asking about evidence that's not in the record already. And it really doesn't pertain to the issue here. The issue is not Meridian, the issue is MedLife Naples. So again, I'm going to object. And the question, her question is based on a questionnaire she answers based on the information.
There is a Meridian transcript in.
Oh, well, I
Yes,
apologize.
it's on page 29 and 30. Is that what we're referring to? Yes.
Ma'am?
Ask your question again, Ms. Flynn.
Like you essentially asked how I was in two places at once.
And your question was,
What are the classes that were listed that fourth semester at Meridian Community College?
Are you talking spring 2016?
Yes, sir.
Nursing 4 seminar, nursing 4, NCLEX RN readiness.
And for the NCLEX RN readiness class, do you know what type of class that was?
I don't know, but it says NCLEX RN readiness. But
Was it a class that was offered in person?
Objection, Your Honor, there's no way for him to know
he
this.
said he didn't know.
That class was offered online. Um, I don't have, I have no more questions.
Any redirect?
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Mr. Jameson, during the scope of your investigation, did you find that, the MedLife Naples Institute in Naples was a fraudulent school?
Yes,
And this was based upon the affidavit that was sent by the DOJ, is that correct?
that's correct.
And during the time frame that's specified in that affidavit, did Ms. Quinn attend that list, that she attended that school, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Did the hearing panel have any questions for this witness? Any additional witnesses, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
Rest?
Stay rest.
Okay, Ms. Quinn, that's your time. You can testify. Since you did not have any witnesses, you may testify.
Are you gonna ask me questions?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You can just tell the board what you want to tell the board regarding the charges that's been filed against you. Give your account of it, and the board attorney will question you after that, and potentially the board hearing panel may have.
A lot of things that I learned about midlife have been things that I learned recently, and definitely things that I learned after I had completed my education there. In regards to the transcript submissions, as I stated, the first transcript comes directly from midlife, and subsequent transcripts, at first you had to contact midlife directly and they would send you a transcript. And after that, their transcript, like Clearinghouse, was taken over by Parchment. And according to Parchment, when I request a transcript from them, they contact the school and the school then sends them my transcript. They only keep the transcripts in their database for a certain amount of time and then they delete it. So like if you ask for a transcript in May and then you come back and you ask for one in December, they have to ask the school again for another transcript. So each time the transcripts are sent to Parchment directly from the school, which is how I received a transcript. I had to request it via Parchment. I understand Mr. Tanis's statement that after 2015, all of the out-of-state students did not complete their requirements. And the requirements are the requirements that they were approved to offer by both the Florida Board of Nursing and the Commission for Independent Education. Through another student, it's been made clear to me that essentially at some point, this program began creating an unauthorized program for out-of-state students. I was an instructor at a nursing school in New Jersey before I went to nursing school. I taught sociology and human growth and development at Jersey College in Ewing, New Jersey. It was a new program. And unlike Mississippi, where you can only start a nursing program inside of an established school that has regional accreditation, the rules in New Jersey are very different and the rules in Florida are very different. So in New Jersey, a lot of the students from this program were unable to complete their educational requirements and ended up at various schools in Florida. The reason for which is that these schools will accept your transfer credits. I was told that in Florida, schools were able to accept up to 80% of their programs in transfer credits. I was told this at the time, and I have been told this subsequently, that schools in Florida via the CIE and the Florida Board of Nursing are approved to accept 80% of the transfer credits. This is one of the reasons they were very attractive to out-of-state students, because a lot of these students perhaps got to the ends of their program or completed their program and somehow were not allowed to receive an authorization to test. Your authorizations to test, of course, come from the state, right? So you fill out an application, you get fingerprinted, the school sends your transcript, and then the Board of Nursing in your particular state gives you an authorization to test. Is what allows you to sign up with Pearson and take the NCLEX. So I have learned that apparently the programs at MedLife were accepting more transfer credits than they were approved to. And each time a transcript was requested, they look different, the numbers are different, everything is not adding up, because it seems as if they would just create a transcript for a student at the time. I understand that I am being accused of obtaining a nursing license via fraudulent means. I am not the one who committed a fraud. I, along with many other students, have been victimized by fraudulent schools that preyed on people that were in circumstances and they really wanted to be able to finish their educations. At the time, I was a student, and even though I had taught in just the one nursing school and I had been an adjunct professor other places at Jackson State, at a couple of schools in New Jersey and Pennsylvania when I lived there, I had never been to nursing school before. So when you tell me, oh, you need to come to Florida, you need to take these exams, you need to prove your education in this way, and that's how you're going to obtain your degree, who am I to say, okay, well, like, I don't know that that's not how the process works in that particular state, especially when each state has their own processes. This program was approved by the Florida Board of Nursing, and it was approved by the Commission of Independent Education. And it's neither their fault nor mine that the owners and various other people inside of the school structure decided to offer an alternative program to students with the goal of making more money. Thank you. No, ma'am.
Thank you. At this time, I'd let the board attorney cross-examine if he has any questions for you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So tell us your educational background, Ms. Plum.
Bachelor's degree in psychology from Southern University in Baton Rouge. I have a master's degree from Jackson State, some like sociology, criminal justice. I have a master's degree from Temple in sociology, and I had those degrees before I started nursing school.
So when did your nursing school program start?
I did prereqs in January 2014, And then I started my first nursing classes that fall, so fall 2014
Where at?
at Meridian Community College.
They started at Meridian in 2014.
Yes,
Okay, and then you went to MedLife
yes.
in 2016 for 2 months. Is that correct?
I don't know. So
Well, based on what you've submitted, it's 2 months, and what your transcript says is 2 months.
yes, and when I answered it, I said per transcript.
So you don't know when you attended, is that what you're now trying to say?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. So I thought it was March that I got dismissed from my program. I spoke to Lynette Blair at MedLife, and she said that I would be able to transfer to MedLife. And that's when I started sending her documents as far as my the transcript that I was in, but it was unofficial. So you can get like the printout from your school. And then my syllabi from my previous transcripts, from my previous semesters. And this is because Meridian does nursing 1, 2, 3, and 4, as opposed to the individual classes.
So, hold on, let me back up. You said you got dismissed. What program were you saying you got dismissed?
Meridian Community College.
So you thought you got dismissed from Meridian Community College when?
I thought that the process of that dismissal started in March. And it took a couple of weeks because I appealed.
March of 2016?
Yes.
Okay, so why did you think you got dismissed?
I got dismissed because I was accused of attempting to start an IV on a patient without my preceptor being in the room.
Okay, so you started that program in in fall of 2014, correct?
Yes.
So by March of 2016, you were dismissed, or you thought you were dismissed? I guess which one is it?
I appealed the initial decision by my professors. So like the appeal extended it until I think like mid-April.
Okay, but according to everything that you've submitted and that we have in the record, from March of 2016 to May of 2016, you were at MedLife Naples in Florida, correct?
March is when I believe I contacted MedLife about my dismissal from Meridian Community College. I was still going through the appeals process, but I initially contacted them and I thought it was late March.
Okay, so I guess do you not find it odd then, even based on what you're saying, that both the transcripts that one you supplied have the same dates, March to May 2016?
I don't find that odd. I feel like transcripts should be consistent. I've requested several transcripts from my alma mater, Southern University. They're all consistent.
Right, so but based on your testimony now, is that you don't even know if you were there in March.
I was not in Florida in March.
Okay, so then how were you in the school in March?
The school, apparently it was a low residency program. There was stuff done online. And people flew in once a month for the program. In March, I had gotten dismissed from my program by my instructors, and I was appealing my dismissal. But I had also started the process of transferring to MedLife.
Because if you look on page 23, that was the questionnaire you were sent. And you have in there that and you write per transcript, March 2016 to May 2016. I guess my question is, how do you not know where you were at?
I know exactly where I was.
But you said that you were appealing in April.
Yes.
But so March is before April, so you were already enrolled in MedLife?
If that's when they enrolled me, I was enrolled in MedLife.
I'm asking you if you were enrolled in MedLife at that time period, because according to everything we have in the record and a questionnaire you filled out, you were.
If that's when they enrolled me, then that's when I was enrolled.
But you don't know.
I did not physically have to go to Florida until May. And if it was a low residency program, I didn't physically have to go to Florida until May.
So you didn't go to Florida until May, even though your transcript says it started in March. So if it started, let's see. So it was, according to your transcript, so if you didn't go there till May, so you were there for only a month? So
Have you ever taken an online class?
the way this works is you have to answer the questions. I'm not testifying.
I understand, but
So if you were only there for 1 month, according to your statement today, is that correct?
I went to Florida physically in May.
And you didn't live in Florida?
No,
So I guess my question to you is, you said you taught at a College of Nursing in Jersey, is that right?
yes.
Was that an accredited program?
So accreditations are national. The school in New Jersey, just like the school in Florida, is approved by their Board of Nursing. You cannot apply for any type of accreditation until your program is 2 years old. So that program was brand new in New Jersey when I started teaching there.
So it was not an accredited program?
It was approved by the New Jersey Board of Nursing.
It's a yes or no, was it an accredited program?
Accredited by whom?
You said approved by the Board of Nursing?
Yes.
Or was it an accredited program within the state?
That's not, I feel like I sound mean, but so accreditation is through like,
Let me ask this, maybe it'll help, I'm sorry. Is it the Board of Nursing that approves those programs?
yes, sir.
Thank you for clarifying that. So how long was that program?
The program in New Jersey?
Yes, the one where where you were teaching.
It was a LPN to RN bridge and it was 15 months.
Okay, so that program was a bridge program and was 15 months, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what you were going to was March to May, and based on your testimony now, you were only there for May. So MedLife was not a bridge program, is that correct?
MedLife was not a bridge program.
Correct. So basically, my question is this: does that make sense to you?
Yes.
So you thought that this was normal, that you were only going to a nursing program for 1 month?
I thought it was normal that they accepted my transfer hours.
Right, but you also got a diploma from there, so you got more than just transfer hours, correct?
Yes, so they transferred my previous education to me completing their education.
Let me word it this way. So did it not seem odd to you that this was essentially a 2-month nursing program?
It wasn't a 2-month nursing program.
But that's how long you were there, and that's where your degree was.
According to other people that were there, your length of time that you had to go depended on what you transferred in. So some people only completed the first semester of nursing school and they were there longer. Some people graduated from nursing schools or withdrew in their last terms and they were there for a shorter amount of times because the school, MedLife, accepted your nursing credits as well as your prereqs.
Again, so you didn't think that was odd that it was only there for 2 months?
I think it's odd that that nursing schools don't accept transfer credits. So to see that a program accepted transfer credits makes sense to me. I mean, psychology programs accept transfer credits. You major in engineering at Mississippi State, you can transfer to Southern University. They accept your transfer
So
credits.
how did you find out about MedLife?
I found out from MedLife by Lynette Blair. I'm not sure what her position there was at the time. I think she was maybe like the director of education or something.
So did you reach out to her or she reached out to you? How did that come to be, I guess?
I reached out to her.
Inquiring into, as for what?
I said, Lynette, I just got kicked out of nursing school.
So how did you know this Lynette person?
She taught at Jersey College. I think she did something with like the clinical, she was like a clinical instructor over the LVN portion of their program.
So you reached out to her because you got kicked out of nursing school. Is that correct? I don't know what you're saying.
Yes.
So, but why did you reach out to her?
I knew her from Jersey College.
I mean, I guess my question, did you think she had some connections to get you into another nursing program?
No, I thought I was crying on the phone to a person that I knew who had been talking to me throughout nursing school.
How much did it cost for you to go to this essentially month program in MedLife?
It cost me a summer of working in their registrar's office in their Lauderdale Lakes program.
But you only went, well, it could have been a summer because you were only there for May, right?
I was in Florida after I was done with my program
So they let you go to school,
and then work for free.
but so when did you go back to Meridian Community College? Because according to you, you were there till May of 2016 as well.
My class at Meridian Community College that last semester, that NCLEX readiness class, was an online class.
So you were living in Florida this whole time at that time, or if you were there working for the summer?
I was there. I wouldn't say that I was living there, but I was there.
So did you do clinicals at all while you were in MedLife Naples?
No, I did clinicals at Meridian Community College.
So do you not think that's odd that this whole you got kicked out of Meridian Community College in April, right? So you didn't do anything nursing school wise with Meridian anymore, is that correct?
That's correct. I just finished that last online class.
So you don't think it's odd that you didn't do any more clinicals after that?
No, because I was doing my preceptorship. So in your last term at Meridian Community College, when I was there, they split the class up in two pieces. Half of the class does the didactic first, half of the class does their preceptorship first. I was in the half that did my didactic first and my preceptorship hours to follow. So at that time, I want to say I only had 2 more preceptor shifts to complete.
So I guess I'm still not understanding how this program, because it says according to the affidavit we looked at earlier that it was 22 months. And the other one, you said that the Jersey College of Nursing was a 15-month program, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
If you,
Is it-
Mr. Walker, show up to midlife in 2016 as a very nice man who was a lawyer with no nursing background, this program would take you, Mr. Walker, 22 months. Because you don't have any nursing classes, you don't have A&P 1 and 2 Lecken Lab, you don't have
I'm gonna
microbiology.
stop you, because here's the thing, as you stated, I'm not a nurse. You were teaching a nursing program and you still went to a program that you essentially learned for a month. So you didn't think that was odd at all?
I taught sociology in a nursing program
Okay,
that was structured differently than the midlife program.
so again, you didn't think it was odd that it was only a month that you were there?
No,
Uh, um, Okay, the other thing I want to look at is that in the complaints, you've referenced this a few times already, that you didn't make these transcripts, right?
Correct.
But you weren't charged with making these transcripts, right?
I'm not really sure because it said I
If
committed
you look at it
fraud.
on page 8, it says, in the complaint, charge 1, and the hearing officer's already stated this, you've committed fraud or deceit in securing or attempting to secure such license. Right, and so we already have that your diploma, because you did submit a picture of a diploma from MedLife, correct? Okay, so we have an affidavit stating that that diploma is without a doubt fraudulent. And it has your name on it, correct?
It's the diploma I was given when I completed.
No, okay, so it has your name on it, is that correct? You're named on that diploma?
Yes,
Okay, and so when that was, you caused that diploma to be submitted to the board to obtain a license in Mississippi, correct?
what do you mean I caused the diploma to be submitted?
Well, you could have that diploma sent anywhere into any board, but you were the one that applied for a license in Mississippi, is that correct?
Yes,
And part of what you have to submit it has to be submitted as a diploma or a transcript stating that you've completed the requirements.
yes,
Okay, so that was sent on your behalf, correct?
yes,
Okay, so we agree that you've submitted fraudulent documents for your licensure.
no,
The other charge, well, according to your testimony, those were submitted and you were named in those, correct? For you to get a license.
my issue is the term like fraudulent documents. If a school tells me I completed their program and they give me a diploma and they send my transcripts to the Board of Nursing, how did I submit fraudulent documents?
We've established that your transcript was fraudulent, right? Based on the affidavit and the diploma.
I don't think we've established that.
I'm going to just clarify a little bit. Ms. Clint, it's getting a little bit hostile here, it seems like. Answer the question he asked. If you don't have the answer, if you don't like what it's going to say, that's not a reason for you not to answer the question. If the question asks for yes or no, answer yes or no, you can explain. But I need you to answer the question.
I think I'm confused by the question.
Okay.
The question was that we have the affidavit stating that your diploma and your transcripts were fraudulent, correct? That the hours that were required per the program were not obtained. That's what the affidavit said. Is that correct?
The statement from Cleofat Tanis,
Correct.
that's what he says.
You're not answering the question. So that's what it was, right? That those were not obtained. You did not meet the requirements for license for a transcript or diploma.
Per Mr. Tanis's statement.
Okay, and that was the owner of that facility, correct? Or institution?
Yes, I think he was the owner.
And so based on that affidavit and sworn testimony from the owner, those documents were submitted for you for licensure, which is what you were charged with. Is that also correct in charge 1 on page 8 of the complaint?
Is what correct?
Clint,
I'm not being difficult. I honestly, I'm confused.
first page 8, that's the question
Yes.
he's asking you. He's asking you based on what you testified that the affidavit of Mr. Tanis said that it was fraudulent, that we're not. He's asking, you submitted your license, your degree and your transcript to the Board of Nursing to obtain your RN license. Is that correct?
Yes,
He's saying those documents were based on, according to that affidavit, was fraudulent.
according to the affidavit.
Is that correct?
According to the affidavit,
Is that correct? According to the affidavit, is that fraudulent? Yes. or no?
according to the affidavit,
Yes. I'll need you to answer yes or no.
I don't know how to answer that.
According to the affidavit, is that fraudulent?
According to the affidavit,
Yes.
can I explain my issue with the
Answer
affidavit?
yes or no, and then you can explain.
According to the affidavit, yes, no one completed the program.
Okay, now do you want to explain?
Yes. No one, he's saying nobody completed the program that MedLife was approved for via the Florida Board of Nursing and the Commission for Independent Education.
Okay.
There did complete the program that MedLife said, this is our program.
Okay.
I completed the program that MedLife told me to complete.
Okay. Mr. Walker, any more questions?
Yeah, I have a few. we can answer. So this affidavit was sent by the US government. It's on page 82. That's where this statement comes from. Literally, there's the basis for all this with the diploma and transcript. So it's not merely Ms. Tansey. Do you agree with me that this comes from the US Department of Health Services and the US Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation?
I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. So the other charge in the complaint was charge 2 that says that you negligently or willfully, so either on purpose or by negligence, violated a rule or regulation of the board. That's what charge 2 is, correct?
Yes, that's charged too.
And so the rule is also listed in the complaint that says that the documents that were submitted on your behalf don't meet the requirements, and it states the rule in part 2810, rule 1.8. Do you see that on page 9?
Yes, I saw that.
Okay, so you agree with me that both of those are stating to the documents that were submitted, and neither one of those states that you actually made those documents, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next 2 charges deal with false documents is charge 3 essentially, and you can read that. Do you agree with me on page 8 that charge 4 is that false documents were filed? It's on page 8 as well.
That MedLife filed false documents on my behalf.
Yeah, ma'am. Charge 3 deals with filing false documents for when applying for license. Is that correct?
Charge 3 says engages in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public. You said charge 3, right?
I'm sorry, I did. You're right. Charge 4. I apologize.
No
That's okay.
problem.
Wrong twice now. Correct on charge 4. It deals with filing false documents.
I can't say the documents were not forged or altered.
Ms. Quinn, I'm not asking you to say anything. I'm asking you if that's what charge 4 deals with.
That's what it says.
Okay, so we've already established that false documents were filed with your name on them for licensure, correct?
I just don't understand how the documents are false.
Well, because we've looked at this affidavit now probably 116 times that state that the transcript and the diplomas were false. So that's how that we're saying they're false, but would you agree that that's what this charge 4 says?
That's what the charge says.
Okay, and then the last one deals with misrepresentation when filing for licensure. Is that correct, charge 5?
That's what the charge says.
Okay, thank you. So we've also established that would be the same thing pretty much as charge 4 then, based on the documents. Is that correct?
I don't agree with that.
So you don't agree that the documents that were filed with the Mississippi Board of Nursing were false? Or misrepresentation?
I don't know how to answer that question.
So it's either a yes, you agree it's a misrepresentation, or it's a no, you agree it's a misrepresentation.
I don't agree it was a misrepresentation.
Okay, so you don't agree that the owner of the, so you did, basically you're saying you don't agree with this affidavit that's signed?
Yes, I don't agree with the affidavit. And all these questions are based on the affidavit, and I don't agree with the affidavit.
And you understand that that came from the Department of Justice too, right? On page 30, it looks like you have in the spring of 2016, it looks like you had 2 Fs. One for a nursing 4 seminar and another one for a nursing 4.
Yes,
So how did you get a degree if you failed out of those? Did you take those again?
I took a lot of tests to prove my education
A lot of tests where?
at MedLife.
In the 1 month that you were there?
Yes,
So here's what it looks like. It looks like you failed out of Meridian, called a friend, and you got in MedLife. That's what this looks like.
okay.
So your testimony is that you took a lot of tests in what?
So the program is called HESI, and it's essentially, you use it at the end to verify. It's a standardized test package.
So where are they listed on your transcripts for MedLife that you even would have took this?
MedLife gave me grades.
But wouldn't your grades be in a transcript?
Yeah, they're on the transcript that was submitted for, on that, the transcript that was submitted to the Board of Nursing for my ATT.
I don't see either one of those classes listed on either of the
So,
transcripts. Can you point to me where those are?
so Nursing 4 at Meridian Community College is leadership. Some people call it Med-Surg 3, and it covers critical care and emergency nursing. We also cover leadership, and I think within leadership is patient teaching. So some schools break all the classes up, right? But Meridian Community College just calls the classes nurses 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So you can't really point to any class on their transcript that would have fell under?
Well, that was one of the reasons I had to send my syllabi, because of how Meridian Community College names their classes.
I understand that, but what I'm asking is, on these 2 transcripts that have been submitted for MedLife, can you tell us where they are? And also how you finished all that in 1 month,
How did I finish a bunch of tests in 1 month?
along with all the other courses you took, which I don't know which ones you took, because it says different ones on 2 transcripts.
So the transcript that was submitted for my ATT, which
Which class in one of these, I guess we got multiple options here. Let's look at the transcript. I believe it's on page 27. It looks like a graph. Where is your nursing 4 class?
Nursing
Failed at
4,
Meridian College. Yes.
Nursing 4 at other schools is called Med-Surg 3. It also has components of nursing leadership. So There's a Med Search 3 class with a practicum and a nursing leadership class.
So are you saying that it's one of these? I do see one, I'm just for clarification purposes. I believe this is the transcript on page 28. Excuse me, are you saying it's this professional nursing leadership?
Yes, sir, that's a nursing leadership class.
And so they essentially gave you 2 hours worth of credit for a class that on the Meridian was 10 hours?
No, no. So in Meridian, each of your nursing classes is 10 hours, but they consist of multiple subjects. So in fourth semester, those subjects are Med Search 3 and nursing leadership. But every school is different, which is why I had to submit my syllabi so they could see that the didactic information was covered, even though the classes have different names.
You do realize that even the transcripts you have, the names don't match, right? So there's really no way to tell what it was. I see two, for clarification, I do see two on both. It does have a nursing leadership class, but they only show 2 hours. This class you failed was 10.
The class at Meridian Community College is nursing 4, and it consists of multiple classes. Depending on how your program was approved, maybe your program decided to teach pharmacology across the 4 semesters, so you don't have a separate pharmacology class, but you meet the required pharmacology hours, like engagement hours from the Board of Nursing. It's all in how you write your petition. And Meridian Community College wrote a petition to name their courses 1, 2, 3, and 4, and to teach these particular subjects inside of each course. And apparently Midlife and most other schools, when they write their classes, they decided to just call each subject what it is.
So, and just so, okay, let's just go with that. So even you were there for 1 month. You said you were physically there for 1 month. You took
Mhm.
a 3-hour course, a 2-hour course, another 2-hour, another 2 hours. And then essentially 10 more hours. You took all of those hours in 1 month?
I proved my knowledge in those subjects in 1 month.
What does that mean, you proved your knowledge?
I took a lot of standardized tests, improved my knowledge in those subjects in that month.
So is
I
that,
had to,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
sorry, I had to do some work in the sim lab and in the skills lab. And then I had to take every HESI area subject exam in the world. And I took 2, the exam that you take, the comprehensive HESI exam.
So you took essentially 19 hours worth of credits in 1 month, and you're saying that was done by a standardized test? Is that what your testimony is?
I proved my knowledge in those areas via all the standardized tests I had to take and the skills that I displayed and passed in skills lab and in sim lab.
Ms. Quinn, my question is your testimony that you took 19 hours worth of credit according to this transcript and according to what you're saying now in standardized test?
I'm saying that I proved my knowledge in those areas.
Is that a yes or no? I've been writing down your testimony. You said, I took a lot of tests, and then you said, I also did some Sims labs. So in 1 month, you got 19 hours of credit in 1 month by taking tests, standardized tests, and doing skills lab.
I don't know if my one, like when I took the adult 3 HESI exam, and then I demonstrated those skills, like you do deep suctioning, What else do you do?
The question is, you got 19 hours of college credit in 1 month.
I guess because I proved that I had that knowledge.
That's not the question. Got 19 hours of credit in 1 month.
Yes.
I have no further questions, John.
Your panel have any questions?
I do.
All right.
So there's,
Do we need to take a break?
yes, we can take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Sorry.
We're back on the record. Where we left off recess, the hearing panel was about ready to answer questions.
So yeah, I just have a few questions for you, Ms. Quinn. So is there any program that you've ever taken at any university or college that has allowed the transfer of credits in which you failed be transferred?
No,
So there's none.
no.
So why would this program allow that to happen?
I had to prove my education via those HESI exams, so I don't think that they transferred failing credits. I had to prove that I had the knowledge and the skills that would go along with those areas.
Based on your, what you believe to be correct, or what you're telling me right now, based on that. So are you telling me that I can go study on how to be an astronaut, take a bunch of tests, say that I went to space, and then become an astronaut?
I didn't say that.
Is that not the same concept that you're telling me
I
about?
don't think that's a fair question.
Exactly.
That's not how you become an astronaut.
With that same concept, Ms. When that is not how you become a nurse.
I think that's a false equivalency.
So with that also being said, and you made a comment that you were victimized by this institution, correct?
I think me and lots of other students were, yes.
So based on that, do you believe that it is fair, because you were victimized, to potentially victimize other patients or the public based on your lack of education?
How am I victimizing people?
Because you're not completely educated like every other licensed professional was.
I think that's an interesting take.
It's a yes or no question.
Can you repeat the question?
Believe, because you say you were victimized by the institution. Do you believe it's appropriate to go out there and nurse and potentially victimize other patients or the public?
I don't
Your
think
lack of
I'm
education.
victimizing anything, and I don't think that I lack education.
So that's a no.
It's the way the question is structured. I can't.
It was very clear. Do you believe, just because you were victimized, do you believe that when you go out there and nurse, lacking your education, that you do not have the potential to victimize a patient or the public with your lack of education? And
I don't
why?
have a lack of education.
I have no other questions.
Anybody else?
Ms. Quinn,
Ma'am,
just for some clarification, the transcript that's on page 27, which is the one that with the grid, it's got 3 grades and the rest of them are T's. I'm assuming that's gonna be, the T's are transfer credits. Is that correct?
yes, ma'am, it appears that those are the transfer credits.
And the grades for maternal child health nursing, adult nursing 3, and professional nursing leadership, are you testifying that are the 3 classes that you took from this particular institute?
I took maternal child in 3rd semester. It's part of nursing 3 at Meridian Community College. So I had already taken that class, but I still took a like a HESI area exam for also that class.
So are you saying that the HESI exam, you're basically, like layman's terms, is you were clipping out of, like, I know, and it might be a term that I use for my generation, that I could go take a,
I understand it.
you know, like a clip out of is that what you're kind of using it as? Is that what you're saying?
When I asked later, that's what I was told, that it was a CLEP and that was allowed in their program. But I took maternal child health in nursing 3 at Meridian Community College, but it's always been my very weak area. At Meridian, I think we did 2 weeks of like women's health, and then we did pediatrics literally in 1 week and 1 test. And so it was always my weakest area.
Can you explain to me, so you said that you actually visited Florida and that you, I'm uncertain of the amount of time, but you did go to school there in Florida in person for a little bit. What did you do while you were there? What, did you do clinicals? Did you do Sims? Explain to me what you did.
I did some work in the skills lab. I did work in the sim lab. And then I took a HESI area test for all of the areas. And I had already taken one HESI is comprehensive exam. Cause so at that time it was 2. It was the one that gave you like 150 questions flat. And then it was the one that kind of moved like the NCLEX, and it'll say, oh, we think you can pass the NCLEX in like, I think mine was 80 questions. So one of them, I don't remember which one, I had already took a Meridian. So then when I got to Florida, I took a HESI in all of these areas. And then everybody that was there took a comprehensive HESI exam to see like yes or no, like you know the things to pass the NCLEX. It's the one where you get like a 850 or like a 900. I think that's the one that I took there.
You've been basically, before the incident in Meridian, you'd been in nursing school for 1.5 years in Mississippi.
Yes, ma'am.
Did it not occur to you, it might be a little odd for this to be happening this way? And when you were at MedLife, did it not ring a bell that something maybe not quite right?
I had completed all of my didactic, right? So when I left Meridian, I had those 2 preceptor shifts and I had my final exam to take, and everything else I had already taken. And we only did like emergency critical care, and we did leadership, and that's what we did in that term. And so as far as like those individual, I don't want to call them chapter tests, but you know how you take a test on the subject, like I had did that already, but everybody was taking their final exam together. So I needed my final exam in those 2 preceptor shifts. So I didn't think it was one weird, partly because I had never been to nursing school before. And honestly, I was the whole situation at Meridian, I was very distraught. So when I got to Florida and she told me, okay, we have to prove your knowledge. Okay. Okay, you have to do so many hours in the sim lab. Okay. Okay, you have to do so many hours in the skill lab. Okay. I was doing anything that they told me to do.
My final question. What do you hope to gain today? What do you want us to do today?
I really like being a nurse, you know, and it's weird because I went to nursing school late. I was 33, right? And since then, I've worked in like trauma OR and burn ICU. I worked MICU during COVID with everybody else, and I've worked in corrections, and I talk to people about nursing. I bring people into nursing because I honestly believe that it is a great profession, and almost any way that you want to apply nursing professionally, like you can, like you want to be a teacher, you want to do Botox, you want to like do the life-saving stuff, you're an adrenaline junkie, like what kind of nurse do you want to be? And in that, I see nursing as an extremely valuable profession, and it's enjoyable, right? get bored, you can kind of switch to another area. I want to be a nurse, but I also understand that this situation that I saw as, oh my God, like this is a godsend when it has happened, is now not great. I have had jobs rescinded from me because when I first got the letter from the Board of Nursing and it said you submitted 2 separate transcripts, I'm like, what are we talking about? Because the only transcript I had ever seen was this one on page 28, because that was a transcript that I had requested because I'm a weirdo and I have a copy of all of my transcripts from every school I ever went to, right? So when I contacted Parchment, they sent me back an email that said I didn't exist anymore at midlife, which is crazy to me because I have a whole transcript, and to say that the student cannot be found. And I contacted CIE and I said, I tried to get a transcript and it said I could not be found. What are my next steps? The biggest thing that has bothered me has been my inability lately to be the type of nurse that I like to do the type of work that I like to do. I love big public health, which is why I started off at UMC. I like trauma surgery. That sounds terrible, but I love trauma surgery, which is another reason why I wanted to be at UMC. And to say that my education can't be validated, even though I've been running ORs at nighttime for 7 years, has been very detrimental, not just to me financially, because big public health don't pay a lot of money, but um, my self-actualization, right? I am unfulfilled in the type of work that I have to do. And I feel like I'm essentially being punished because people wanted to sell transcripts and make money. And I didn't buy a transcript. I didn't buy a degree. And it hurts to say, like, I didn't complete my education. I'm not a safe nurse. When I passed the NCLEX in a minimum number of questions in an hour, and nobody who did not go to school could have done that. And I feel like even like in the media, like this whole thing about like, oh, these fake Florida nurses and nobody knows anything, like that is one, detrimental to nursing as a whole, right? And then 2 is detrimental to people who were not even involved. And instead of being treated as victims, you're being treated as like a co-conspirator. All the people at the top of this particular school, and I don't know about the other ones because apparently it's like 20 of them, they've been indicted, they've been to prison, like they are enmeshed in the criminal justice system. And sadly, it really seems like there's nobody there to represent the students that this has impacted. I do not feel like I'm an unsafe nurse. I've been doing some very high acuity nursing without incident for 9 years, right? I worked burn ICU when it was at Merritt. I worked at UMC doing trauma, and I worked these jobs at the same time. I worked 6 12-hour shifts a week. I worked at a hospital jail in California. I would walk into a surgery center and never have been there and worked a shift. I would walk into an ICU that I've never been to, and I have to learn both how to chart and I have to take care of my 2 patients. I am a good nurse. I am a safe nurse. I am not endangering patients. And I have been a victim of people who saw the fact that nursing schools will not allow for transfer credits, or that other nursing schools are essentially in a lot of ways doing the same thing to their students. I'm being punished, like other people are being punished. And I don't feel like it's fair. And I don't know if there is an answer, right, to fix was it like 3,000 people in this whole situation that passed boards, deeming them safe and competent, right? I don't feel like it's fair to us. And every state, like I said, is doing different things. Like I want to be a nurse because I enjoy it and I think I'm a good nurse. I think I've been an asset to every organization that I have worked in, and I want to continue to do that type of work. I've never really wanted, even though I was a professor before, like I was never like, oh, like I really want to teach nursing, or oh, like I want to be administrator. I like the floor, not the floor, but the unit, right? I like working at the bedside. I like seeing that my actions produce like an immediate kind of like betterment of the patient.
Your Honor,
Right.
I gotta object. I mean, she's answered the question, probably 10 minutes ago. Thank you.
So. That's it. Additional questions? Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, I have some, based off the testimony she's given, another witness and a document to introduce for impeachment purposes, Your Honor. B14, we'd mark it as B14. It's a statement by Sherry Sutton Johnson, the Director of Nursing Education for the Florida Board of Nursing. I present it.
Provided licensing document.
Yes, Your Honor. We request to call Dr. Priscilla Burks to testify the document, and as well as other statements that have been made.
For impeachment purposes?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you like to swear in, Your Honor?
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Dr. Burks, would you state your role here at the board?
I am the Director of Practical Nursing Education here at the board,
And how long have you been here at the board?
5.5 years.
We state what you've done in your, before you were at the board, what your education is and what your career was.
My education, I have a doctoral degree in administration and education. Prior to coming to the board, I served as director of a practical nursing program at community college, as well as dean of nursing at a community college.
And are you familiar with the curriculums of the community colleges? that are
Yes.
taught? And can you talk or speak to the curriculum at Meridian Community College at any?
The curriculums at the community colleges for the associate degree programs are designed and broken up into 4 components. For many of the schools, they do have nursing 1, nursing 2, 3, and 4. Within that, they have the various concepts. And also within those different levels, you have information for, it's a clinical component, it's broken down to a clinical component, a lab component, and a theory component. So earlier when we talked about the 10 hours, in that 10 hours, the theory component at Meridian is 6 hours. The clinical component is 3.5 hours, and the lab component is 0.5 hours. So within that encompass, although you have what's considered an umbrella, it's broken down where students are required to have a clinical component, a lab component, as well as that theory.
And if any time, at any component, that person is unsatisfactory, it is deemed failure for the entire course. We cannot pull out components when you have umbrella courses and assign a grade to them. So, for example, if a person is unsatisfactory or if they receive a failing grade for nursing 3, that is a failing grade for the clinical, the lab, and theory component, and they would have to complete it in its entirety. The same as for if it's nursing 1, nursing 2, or nursing 4. They cannot complete a part of that. They would have to complete the entire thing in its entirety because it is considered an umbrella course.
Thank you. And so, based on are you familiar with these files that have been presented today?
Yes.
Okay, so based on this transcript here that was admitted, I believe it's the one from page 28. And it's been testified to today at length, so I'm not asking you to go over that again. Based on your background, is it, and what you just stated, there were 19 hours completed at MedLife in a month. Is that a feasible or a normal thing for a nursing program?
No, not in 1 month, because when you look at semester hours, for nursing courses, you're gonna have anywhere from 10, 15 semester hours. And when you break down that, it's based upon the number of hours that you are in that particular class a week. Traditionally, a semester course is either 15 or 16-hour course. So when you're looking at 15 or 16-hour course, then when you see, if it says 7 hours, they're going to multiply that by that, and that's how many seat hours or clock hours you're expected to be in the seat. When they break it down and you look at the clinical, the theory, and the lab component, it's done that same way. So in a month, in order to get, I have 19 semester hours in a month, that individual would have to be in class pretty much 24 hours a day in order to fulfill that requirement of 19 semester hours.
Okay, so we've presented today what is essentially, or it was entered as B14. Will you state what B14 is, or who's this is from?
This is from, B14 is a document from the Florida Board of Nursing. It's from Dr. Sherry Sutton Johnson, who is the education consultant for the Florida Board of Nursing.
Okay, and if you will, you turn over to page 3 on this document. Well, I'll say what, this, on page 4, she signed, and this document's notarized, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on page 19, I'm sorry, on page 3, number 19, can you just state what it says there about the program or what program it speaks to?
Okay, number 19 speaks to MedLife Institute Naples was granted Florida Board of Nursing approval to offer professional associate degree in nursing program on or about August 21st, 2012. The associate degree in nursing program was approved by the Florida Board of Nursing as an in-person nursing education program. It was not approved for online instruction. The program was comprised of 74 semester hours. At least 50% of the hours were to be comprised of clinical instruction. The program was not approved to conduct clinical instruction via simulation or online instruction. It was required to be conducted in person.
Okay, so based on what she has said in this affidavit, there was no clinical or no simulation. It was all in person. Is that correct?
Yes, according to this statement, it was supposed to be in person.
Or online?
No, no online.
And in number 20, we state what it says there as well.
Number 20, it says the program at MedLife Institute Naples was terminated due to low pass rates on or about July 17, 2019. Florida Board of Nursing staff received formal notification from MedLife Institute Naples of teach-out completion on January 10th, 2021.
So based on this, that was also shut down, but you could not do any online or simulation for those hours, for what was approved by the board. Is that correct?
Correct. It was an in-person program.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Oh,
It's impeachment. Do you have any questions for the witness?
yes, ma'am. Dr. Burks? Hi. Does Dr. Sutton Johnson speak to So Dr. Sutton Johnson agrees that MedLife was conducting a program that they were not approved for?
No, Dr. Sutton Johnson said that this program was approved for in-person, and it was not approved to conduct clinical instruction via simulation or online instruction.
Yes, ma'am. Do we know if they were not approved to do anything via simulation or online, why they were doing things via simulation or online?
Objection, Your Honor, I don't know what the question is.
I don't understand that question either. Can you rephrase it?
If the school was not approved to do anything via simulation or online, why was the school doing things via simulation or online?
And I'm going to hazard a guess that Dr. Burks can't answer that.
Yes, objection, Your Honor, for the record.
I think the only people that can answer that are not here.
Any other questions?
Does the Board of Nursing have any idea how long Naples campus was acting outside of their approved program?
Objection, Your Honor, the record speaks for itself as to what the board knows.
I agree, it speaks for that. Can you answer that?
No, I do not have an answer to that.
Can I ask the board a question? Okay.
Any further questions for Dr. Burks?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Any further witnesses? Further witness review?
No, ma'am.
At this time, this will conclude the testimony portion of the hearing, and we'll entertain closing statements. The board will present their closing statement first if they choose to.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today, Ms. Quinn is here because of documents that were submitted for her to obtain her license, her Mississippi nursing license with the board. We've seen evidence today that the transcripts that have been submitted, one that was submitted to obtain her licensure, was originally in 2016. You've seen a sworn affidavit stating that that was fraudulent. You've also seen evidence where her diploma that she has submitted to Mr. Jameson, the investigator, that in the affidavit it stated that that was also fraudulent. There is absolutely no reason to say that Ms. Quinn is not guilty of every one of these charges in the complaint. I would like to point out, at no point in time has the board ever charged her with making a fraudulent document. Charged her with using fraudulent documents to obtain a license. You've heard plenty of testimony today to prove that, or impeachment testimony that impeached her statements about the hours she was there, how she obtained the transcripts. We would request that the board panel revoke the fraudulently obtained license by Ms. Quinn. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Quinn, would you like to make a closing statement?
Yes. Thank you. I see all the evidence that has been submitted, and I feel it's all very one-sided, saying what should have happened as opposed to what did happen. Schools that have approval from the Board of Nursing and from the CIE, that doesn't stop them from behaving in manners that are directly against what they have been approved for, especially if maintaining a school is not their goal. I, like many other students, have been victims of fraud by these nursing schools. As Mr. Walker said, I am not accused of creating fake transcripts or creating a fake program, but yet I'm being punished. He didn't say this part, being duped by people who did these things. I don't feel like my nursing education was fake. I do now feel that my nursing education was not in line with what was approved at that time. I don't think that losing my nursing license is the best outcome to the situation, especially considering that I have been a nurse for 9 years and I have been a safe nurse. I've proved my knowledge. I passed the national nursing boards. I've conducted myself with integrity, and I am competent in all of the skills that I perform with patients. I understand the rationale behind the fact that I didn't meet the qualifications that were approved by the Florida Board of Nursing. But the reason I did not meet those qualifications that were approved is because that's not the program that I was instructed to complete.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. That will conclude the hearing. Matter. Martine Quinn, case number 2023-0217. This time I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session to determine whether the board has basis to go into executive session.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The board is now in closed session. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 2541-74D. Conduct deliberations on issuing an appealable order of the board.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second. Motion's been made and properly seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? The board is now in executive session.
Back on the record, the board has deliberated, the board hearing panel has deliberated, and I'm going to announce their finding. It was unanimous. The board is found guilty of all counts, and the order is to revoke. A formal order, a written order will be issued within 45 days from today and will be mailed to you. Okay? That concludes this matter. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Today's date is October the 9th, 2025. The time now is 4:02 p.m. We are present at the office of the Mississippi Board of Nursing located at 713 South Orchard Road in Ridgeland, Mississippi. I'll call the next matter to the docket in the matter of Glennis Miller, license number R887337, case number 2023-0609. My name is Pamela Ratliff. I'm Special Assistant Attorney General, and I'll serve as the hearing officer in the matter today. My role during the course of the proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. This is an administrative proceeding, not a court of law, so the formal rules of evidence and civil procedure that govern trials in a court of law do not apply. I may, however, use both if ruling on motions. At this time, I'll ask the hearing panel for this case to introduce themselves for the record and to identify who will be serving as the alternate. And as the alternate, they will not participate in either the deliberations or the decision by the board hearing panel. Janelle Moody.
Jeremy Cummins.
Jamie Clanton.
Sandra Culpepper, alternate.
Will the attorney representing the board identify themselves?
Alexis Morris.
And the licensee, is she present?
She is.
Would you like to give a little information to provide us with what kind of notice she was given so that we can determine?
She was first, Ms. Miller was sent a notice of hearing on or about February 14th, 2025. The date of her hearing in that notice was Thursday, October 9th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. It was sent to the address that Ms. Miller has on file with the board. That envelope was returned to the board office. On or about April 21st, 2025, Ms. Miller was mailed a second notice of hearing. That date was noticed for Thursday, October 9th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. That second notice was returned to the board office. It's stamped as received as May 1st, 2025, but there's also a note that it's written that it was received and read, I believe, on April, excuse me, of 2025. Flipping over to MSBN 14 is the affidavit of publication in the DeSoto Times Tribune. The notice was published April 24th, 2025, May 1st, 2025, and May 8th, 2025. So 3 consecutive weeks of publication of the notice of hearing for Ms. Miller.
And the board has not heard from Ms. Miller to request continuance for any explanation why she's not here today.
No, we have not.
And the notice was to appear today at this office located here at 8:30 a.m.
Correct.
It's after 4 p.m.
Correct.
And the room, she's not here and she's not signed in the sign-in book, correct?
No, she has not.
I find that she was provided with statutory notice of today's hearing and has not appeared. We'll proceed with the hearing in her absence. If you would, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, we would ask that exhibits B1 through B7 be entered with the correction on B6. That is a Tennessee Board of Nursing order. I believe it says Texas, but it's Tennessee.
All right. And you had referenced earlier when you were talking about the notice she was provided, you referenced these exhibits.
Correct.
There being no objections to the exhibits B1 through B7 with correction to B6 will be admitted and marked accordingly. Any witnesses to testify?
Yes, Director Dwayne Jamison.
Mr. Jameson, I'll have you sworn in right now.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Ms. Morse, you may make an opening statement or you may forego that and proceed with your direct.
I would like to forego my opening statement at this time and proceed with my case in chief.
Okay.
Would you please state your name and current place of employment for the record?
Dwayne Jamison, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you worked with the Board of Nursing?
since March of 1991.
And in what capacity do you serve the board?
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigations.
So you are familiar with the investigative process of licensees with this board, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you familiar with this case number 2023-009?
Yes, I am.
If you would please turn to MSBN 2 and identify that document for the record.
MSBN 2 is the licensure information for Glennis Miller,
Okay. And when was Ms. Miller first licensed in Mississippi?
January 25th, 2011,
Okay. And what was she licensed? In what capacity?
as a registered nurse.
Would you please now turn to MSBN 6 and identify that document for the record?
MSBN 6 is a notice of hearing dated February 14th, 2025.
Okay. And what is the date of the hearing listed in that notice?
Thursday, October 9th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
Now, please turn to the next page and ID that document.
This is a copy of the complaint.
Okay. And would you please read the charges that are listed in that complaint?
Okay, charge 1 reads that respondent had a license or privilege to practice as a registered nurse or a licensed practical nurse suspended or revoked in any jurisdiction, has voluntarily surrendered such a license or privilege to practice in any jurisdiction, has been placed on probation as a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse in any jurisdiction, or has been placed under a disciplinary order in any manner as a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse in any jurisdiction. Certified copy of the order of suspension, revocation, probation, or disciplinary action shall be prima facie evidence of such action. Charge 2, respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely having a license denied, conditionally issued, reprimanded, placed on probation, suspended, revoked, or voluntarily surrendered, in another state, territory, or country.
And are there facts to substantiate those charges?
Yes.
Will you please read those facts for the board?
Okay, the fact is, states here that on or about January 9th, 2024, the respondent signed a consent order with the Tennessee Board of Nursing to voluntary surrender and cease and desist her privilege to practice in Tennessee. The reason being that she was found asleep during her shift while employed as a registered nurse at West Tennessee Healthcare in Jackson, Tennessee. And then on or about June 20th, 23, the respondent tested positive for cannabinoids, oxycodone, and oxymorphone. The respondent admitted that she had taken some of her mother's Percocet and had taken a hit off of a Delta 8 pen.
You would please turn to page 9 and identify that document.
This is a copy of an envelope showing that mail was returned to sender.
Okay, and was that the complaint that was in the returned envelope?
Yes.
And would you please turn to page 10 and identify that document for the record?
This is the second notice of hearing, and it is dated April 21st, 2025.
Okay, and what is the date noticed for that hearing?
Thursday, October 9th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
And what's the name of the nurse listed on that?
Glennis Miller.
Now, if you would please turn to page 11. And is that the same complaint that you initially read with the charges against Ms. Miller?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Would you now turn with me to page 13 and identify that document?
This is a copy of another envelope labeled return to sender.
Now, if you would please turn to page 14 and identify that document.
Page 14 is a copy of an affidavit of publication with the DeSoto Times Tribune, State of Mississippi and County of DeSoto.
Okay, and I won't ask you the dates, but was Ms. Miller published for 3 consecutive weeks in this, in the Tribune?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Now, please turn over to page 15 and will you state what this document is for the record?
Page 15 is a copy of the consent order from the Tennessee Board of Nursing.
And whose name is listed on that order?
Glennis Miller.
Okay, and if you would turn to page 16, is there a stipulation of facts listed on that page?
Yes.
Would you please either read or summarize paragraphs, starting with paragraphs 2 and moving to 3 and 4 if possible?
Okay, 2 reads on or about May 23rd, 2023, while working as a registered nurse at West Tennessee Healthcare in Jackson, Tennessee, on the multi-state privilege afforded to respondent by respondent's Mississippi nursing license, staff discovered respondent sleeping during her shift in the labor and delivery unit.
Continue.
Number 3 reads on or about June 16, 2023, the director of labor and delivery at WTH found respondent to be sleeping while on shift for a second time and further discovered that respondent failed to document an assessment for a patient during this shift. And as a result of this second incident, the staff requested that the respondent complete a 4-cause urine drug screen.
Okay, and please continue with 4 and 5 when you.
4 reads, respondent admitted that she would test positive on the urine drug screen due to taking some of her mother's Percocet and from taking a hit off of a Delta 8 pen.
Okay, in paragraph 5.
The results of the respondent's drug screen were returned on or about June 20, 2023 with a confirmed positive drug screen for cannabinoids, oxycodone, and oxymorphone. The provided prescription did not account for the positive results. And basically, the respondent was involuntarily discharged due to a violation of their drug-free workplace policy.
Okay, would you please turn to page 17? And just briefly summarize the stipulated grounds of discipline on that page for the panel.
The stipulation of facts, it states here that were sufficient, and it reads that a healthcare practitioner violates the Practitioners Practice Act by refusing to submit to a drug test or testing positive for any drug on any government or private sector pre-employment or employer order confirmed drug test. And it also finds that the respondent is guilty of unprofessional conduct. It goes on.
Yes, please.
Okay. And it states failure to maintain a record for each patient which accurately reflects the nursing problems and interventions for the patient, and or failure to maintain a record for each patient which accurately reflects the name and title of the nurse providing care. Abandoning or neglecting a patient requiring nursing care, being under the influence of alcoholic beverages or under the influence of drugs which impair judgment while on duty in any healthcare facility, school, institution, or other workplace location. And also reads practicing professional nursing in a manner inconsistent with TCA 63-7-103.
And what was the disciplinary action imposed pursuant to this order?
The respondent agreed to a voluntary surrender and also agreed to a cease and desist the practice of nursing in the state of Tennessee.
Okay, were there any other stipulations imposed as a result of this order?
It did indicate that the respondent must pay the actual and reasonable cost of the investigation and enforcement in this matter.
Turn with me now to page 24 and identify that document for the record. Well, let me back up. Will you turn to page 20, please? Okay, is this document signed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and by whom?
It is signed by Ms. Miller and also by the Assistant General Counsel for the Tennessee Department of Health.
Okay. Now, turning to page 21, was this consent order approved?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and what was the date of approval from the Tennessee Board?
The 21st day of February, 2024.
Now flip with me, if you would, to page 24 and identify that document.
Page 24 is a copy of the urine drug screen results.
Okay, and is there a name listed on these results? Or how do you, who are these results? Who do these results belong to?
They belong to Glennis Miller.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, do you notice about these results?
That there were several positive results.
Okay. And can you identify the positive results on this form?
Yes, there was a positive for cannabinoid. There's a positive for oxycodone and that's complete.
Got it. Turn with me to page 27 and identify that document for the record.
Page 27 is from Jackson Pathology Group. This is the MRO report of the drug screen results.
And whose name is listed on this document?
Glennis Miller.
Okay, and will you please read the positive results again for the record?
Okay, the positive results on this confirmation is cannabinoid, marijuana metabolite, oxycodone, and oxymorphone.
And please also read the remarks listed in the statement listed in the remarks section.
Prescription provided does not account for above positive results.
So the consent order is a form of discipline imposed on Ms. Miller's license, correct?
Yes, correct.
Right. So does this record adequately substantiate the charges against Ms. Miller?
Yes, it does.
No further questions.
Does anyone have any questions? Quick question, if I may. The address listed on B2, 3435. Is this the address that the licensee has on file with the board?
Yes.
And that's where the notice was sent to?
Correct.
It is it the obligation of the licensee to update the board if they have a change of address?
Yes, it is.
I have no further questions. No further questions.
Just briefly, we believe that we've established, that Ms. Miller is guilty of the charges alleged in the complaint as outlined. And we presented unrefuted, clear and convincing evidence that she, of course, has a disciplinary action on her nursing license in the state of Tennessee. And we ask that this board panel take whatever disciplinary action it deems appropriate under these circumstances.
That will conclude the hearing in the matter of Glennis Miller, case number 2023-0609. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session to determine whether the board has grounds to go into executive session. I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion has been properly made and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? We are now in closed session. I will entertain a motion to go in executive session pursuant to 2541-7, I believe, to conduct deliberations on issuing an appealable order of the board. I'll make the motion. Second. All in favor? We are now in closed executive session. The board will deliberate and will return with their findings. Afterwards, the board will also during this period will take up some ASPs, so it may be a while.